in Germany. He's a specialist in environmental science with interdisciplinary background in engineering, social science, policy study, economics. He's making the research in energy saving in buildings, which is quite hot topic all over the Europe now. So it will be the possibility to discuss today. So we have now the first lecture, and after it will be the first session. So the floor is yours. I think you will.
Thank you very much for your welcome, and thanks very much for the invitation here. It's a real pleasure to be here in Krakow. It's my first visit to Poland, and to land in Poland in such a beautiful city. And I've already seen some of the wonderful things in the city centre here. My background, as you heard, is very interdisciplinary. Quite a few different disciplines, but for the last 10 years or so, I've been focusing mostly on energy policy issues. And my colleagues and I, especially Cambridge colleagues, are also very concerned about economic inequality. And today I bring the two issues together in talking about the possibility of radically reducing UK energy poverty by what's called the 10% indicator, I'll explain that, and the low income high cost indicator, which I'll also explain, through what would it cost, who would pay, and what would be the consequences for CO2 emissions. So just to look at what I'm going to talk about, first of all, I'll give some comments about energy poverty and poverty to set it into context. Then I'll say what my research questions are. I'll explain the method, and then I'll do the calculations, how much would it cost especially, and how could this be achieved using the UK tax system. And then I'll talk about how the UK tax rates would compare internationally and historically with other rates. And then I'll ask how it might affect CO2 emissions. So to start, just some words about energy poverty. I think some of you are already studying energy poverty, and just a definition from Buzarovsky and Petrova: energy poverty is a state in which social and materially essential levels of energy services are unavailable. You can't get the energy services you need because you can't afford them. Now, it's a vast field. I'm an editor with a journal, and one of my tasks in this journal is to deal with the energy poverty literature, and it's huge, and it covers a vast area. But I think it's helpful to divide it up like this into two parts. On the left-hand side, I talk about the drivers of energy poverty, which and four are commonly identified in literature: energy inefficient homes, high energy prices, like we have at the moment, poverty, and household characteristics, such as, for example, if there are old people in the house, people with special needs, or many, many people living in the house. And on the other side, there are the different indicators or definitions of energy poverty. And there are many of them, and these four characteristics or drivers tend to feed into those in different ways. There are two types of definitions: subjective or self-reported definitions, where people say, I cannot afford to heat my home. And in the Eurostat surveys every year, we see those numbers. So there are these subjective indicators. There are also many objective indicators. The idea of the objective indicators is that the researcher tries to identify the types of houses that seem to be in energy poverty, or that would be in energy poverty given our assumptions. And there are many, many of these, and they just proliferate more and more. But the important thing about them is that, these, that was fast, sorry, is that poverty and the other four feed into them. So I'm just going to look at poverty today as one of the things that feeds into energy poverty. And I think it's a much neglected issue in energy poverty studies, energy poverty research. We hardly ever have any papers in our journal on the issue of how poverty affects energy poverty. So there's poverty, a very universal thing, well known. There's my own native language, or at least the native language of the children I was brought up with, their Rawakori, which is the Maori indigenous language of New Zealand, where I was brought up. And so poverty, a state of one who lacks a usual or socially acceptable amount of money or material possessions. Now, you probably all remember Eliza Doolittle from George Bernard Shaw's play Pygmalion, which was made into the musical play My Fair Lady. I'm not sure if you had that in Poland, but it was very popular in the West. And that's Eliza Doolittle. And she sang the song, All I Want, and by the way, this is from 1913, right? This is when this was written. All I want is a room somewhere, far away from the cold night air. Lots of coal burning at my feet, warm face, warm hands, warm feet. Oh, wouldn't it be lovely? So she was suffering energy poverty. And the reason was because she was in poverty. But she was very lucky because she escaped energy poverty by escaping from poverty. She was rescued by Henry Higgins and became rather wealthy. So it's interesting that she escaped energy poverty by escaping poverty, because most of my friends have done the same thing. We're not in energy poverty because we're not in poverty. And that's the reason. We live in houses that are rather not so good, especially in Germany, in the apartment I live in, not so energy efficient, but we're not in poverty, so we're not in energy poverty. So then, an interesting set of research questions is what redistribution of income from the highest income groups to the lowest income groups would be needed to eliminate or radically reduce poverty in the United Kingdom under a modified 10% indicator, which I'll explain in a moment, and the low income, high cost indicator. And then if you did this redistribution of tax, how would the new tax rates compare with historic 20th and 21st century tax rates in the high income countries? And how would it also compare with the UK's own past tax rates? And with other EU OECD countries, including Poland. And what would be the likely effects on CO2 emissions? This is a very important one, because many people say, oh, we can't give money to the poor because they'll just use more energy, and therefore we'll have more CO2 emissions. Now, by the modified 10% indicator, I'm sure you've come across this. This is the most common definition, objective definition of energy poverty. The 10% indicator says that a household is energy poverty if it can't afford to pay if it can't afford to heat its home without spending more than 10% of its income. But I've modified that, that it can't afford to pay the average UK household energy bill with 10% of its net income after current taxes and welfare payments and before housing costs. So you imagine a house after it's got all its tax paid and it's got its welfare payments, and after it's paid its housing costs, what's left, it cannot afford to heat its home using the average amount of heat that's needed for a home in the UK with just 10% of its income. And if it can't do that, then it's regarded as an energy poverty. The other one, the low-income, high-cost indicator, is one that's also popular in Britain, and it's that a household is in energy poverty, and it's quite complicated, if it spends more than the median expenditure on energy, which is slightly less than the mean, and its income after that expenditure is below 60% of the median net income after tax and housing costs, okay, and housing costs. It's a much more stringent indicator. You have to have a lot more money to be able to escape energy poverty under that one. So I'm going to look at those two. Right. The method. Okay, I'm going to use income and energy consumption statistics to estimate the total annual cost of increasing the net incomes of all low-income households to eliminate energy poverty by those two criteria. Then I'm going to use income and tax statistics to estimate the percentage points change you would need to have in the highest tax rates, the top two marginal tax rates, to raise this amount of money. By the way, in the UK at the moment, you pay no tax at all up to the first £12,500 of income. After that, you pay 20% up to the first £50,000 per year. Then you pay 40% up to the first £150,000. Then you pay 45%. So it's a bit higher than Poland. I'm going to compare those tax rates, as I said before, and I'm going to use research on income elasticities of CO2 emissions. Now that means for each 1% increase in your income, how much is your percentage increase in CO2 emissions? okay? That's income elasticity. There's been some research on that lately, and I'm going to use that to estimate the likely effects of this change on CO2 emissions. And of course, the elasticity is different for poor people than it is for rich people, and that needs to be taken into account. Just some caveats on this. The results are averages. They don't take account of extra household burdens there may be, or lack of burdens. The science of income elasticities of CO2 emissions is not well developed. And the other important thing is it's really difficult in the UK to get the figures for the taxable income of the highest 1% earning people. It's really difficult to get those figures. They give you the figures up to 99% officially, and then they hide. And you have to look at all kinds of other sources to get that last 1%, because that's very, very high. And the other point, of course, is that poverty's got worse since 2018. I'm doing this for 2018, the British tax year, 2018 to 2019. So it won't relate very well to what's happening in this particular year. So where am I? Okay, so to begin, income tax data and results. This is a graph of the vertical axis is the number of persons living in households with income, weekly income up to a certain point. So, for example, here there are about 0.25 million people living in households in the UK with a weekly income of between 160 and 170 pounds, for example. Okay, and this is the graph that goes up to your the households with 1,000 pounds a week. 1,000 pounds a week. I guess about 5,000 or 6,000 zloty per week. Now, I wanted to make this graph bigger so that it could include everybody, but in order to include the people with the top earning income, I would have had to extend that graph 4.5 kilometers to the right, because they earn so much. And that's the ones that I know are earning because it's official. But if you then include the ones who are earning extra money and do not pay tax on it, the ones that you find out from reading the Swiss reports and so on, you have to extend the graph about 35 kilometers to the right to bring those people in. So that's the level of income inequality in the UK. Now, it turns out that you would need to have 6.35 million people living in 2.7 million households would be affected, and you'd need an extra 13,234 million pounds a year, 13.2 billion pounds a year. You would need to lift all these people here into this region here, to just put them over there. So there'd be nobody there with those incomes like that. That's what you'd need. Okay, and then that's for the 10% indicator. For the low income, high costs, it's a bit different. This graph's a bit different because this graph is income after housing costs. So it's lower, and you'd need 34 billion per year extra to be redistributed, and that would lift 18.4 million people living in 7.8 million households out of that area into that area there. That's how much money you'd need. And that's fairly simple to work out. Now, the question is where the money would come from. Well, the highest income earners, these people up here, and by the way, that red line is actually meant to be much higher. You'd have to shift their income, some of it, from there to there. Simple redistribution of income, which we do all the time, but we'd have to do it much stronger, much more. So I looked at the tax table. This was very complicated. You don't have to read all that, but basically I worked out that there are lots of different ways of doing this. You know, you can adjust the top tax however you like, really. But to get this, I managed to get 15 billion extra. I left the two top tax rates the same, 0.4 and 0.45, but instead of the highest marginal point, the threshold being 150,000, all you have to do is reduce it to just under 100,000. So if you reduce that threshold to just under 100,000 at that point, you make the people pay the highest tax rate. You get about 14 billion. Now they're at 15 billion. There are plenty of other ways of doing this, but that was a simple way to do it. And you end up with a situation like this. So you end up with the highest tax rate, oopsie, the highest tax rate shifting, not shifting, staying at 45%, second highest staying at 40%, but the top margin reduces from 150,000 to 100,000. So if you earn 100,000, you've got to pay 45% on the top part of your income. For the other one, it's the low income, high cost. It's much more stringent, and you'd need. I can get 33 billion, which is just about enough, by moving the highest tax rate to 53%, from 45 to 53%, and the second highest tax rate from 40 to 45%. By the way, when I gave this talk a few weeks ago, I underestimated that because I had the wrong figures for here. I've got better figures now. And again, you'd need to lower the threshold for the highest tax rate down to about 100,000 a year, 100,000 pounds a year, just under 100,000 pounds a year. So you end up with this situation to get that money. Okay, now what does that mean in terms of tax rates? This is an interesting question. Here we have a graph of the tax rates in the EU OECD countries of that year, from that year. Okay, now the interesting thing here, the UK at the moment is here in the graph and these figures here are the highest marginal tax rates in those countries. The little black lines are the number of median income steps you would need to get into that highest tax rate. So, for example, in Poland, people with 1.7 times the median income start paying the highest tax rate. In that, so even though the high tax rate isn't that high, or wasn't when this was done, 32%, you pay it when you just have a bit over the median income. And in Britain at the moment, it's 6 times. So by the first one, Britain would not actually change its position relative to the others at all. It would still be in the 45%, but its threshold would move down, so it would be a little bit higher taxed. In the other one, the low-income, high-cost solution, Britain would move right up to here. It would be among the highest taxing countries in Europe, but it wouldn't be the highest, and Denmark already has a much lower threshold. So in Denmark, you pay 55.9% tax as soon as on all money you earn over 1.3 times the median. So it's very high tax in Denmark. Very, very low poverty rate in Denmark as well. So that's where the UK would be. It would not be an outlier. It would still be within the range of where it is now. Historically, this is really interesting historically. So we'd be around about here somewhere. This is the UK's historic highest tax rate over the last 100 years or so. As you see, for most of that time, and that's the US, by the way, and that's Germany, for most of the time, the UK's been way up high here. It was 95% for one short period of time. And the Beatles wrote a song called The Tax Man, and the line was, 1 for you, 19 for me. And they complained, that they were paying a lot of tax. So it would still be well under the average of what it has been for those times. By the way, this period here was a period of the highest growth and the lowest inequality for the rich countries when they had the highest marginal tax rate, because they used to give the money to the poor. I was brought up in New Zealand. We had a very high marginal tax rate. I was from a poor family, but we had plenty because the government simply gave us money. Note that you know who Margaret Thatcher is. The highest tax rate under Margaret Thatcher's regime was actually 60%. Even under Margaret Thatcher, it was higher than I'm suggesting we could make it now. So she would be concerned, I guess, that it's not high enough, and not that it's too high. Okay, so the next question is, how do we deal with the CO2 emissions? This is the most difficult part. I'm going to start with the low-income people. If you increase their income by a certain amount, what do you think their CO2 emissions might be? Now, this is the most recent graph I could find of the income decile against the annual CO2 emissions per capita. And for the 10% indicated, the first one, these people here, their income would go up to about the level of these ones here, okay? So they go from the first decile to the second decile. So I would assume long term, in the long run, their CO2 emissions would go up from this high to that high there. Now, you could use the work on income elasticities for this, but the trouble is that only deals with very small changes. You know, what happens if your income goes up by half a percent? But these people are getting a huge, on average, increase in income. And so I don't think they would start living much differently from the people who end up, whose income they end up being the same as. Maybe at first they might, because they might catch up by buying a new car, etc. But I think in the long run they'd go there. So that means really that you'd get quite a small increase in elasticity of about, I think it works out about 0.35. Okay, now for the other ones, if you increase by this much, the low income, high cost indicator, their income's going to go up from here to here. So I assume their CO2 emissions will go up from there to there. That may be wrong, but it seems to be quite a reasonable assumption, and we can debate that afterwards if you like. Okay, so now the difficult thing is is estimating the income of the highest income groups, the CO2 emissions of the highest income groups. I'm going to suggest that these are the top 14 percentiles. Now their income reduces in this case by an average of 3.5%. And for a worst case scenario, I'll do a worst case scenario first, that the income elasticity is only 0.5, okay? Every 1% reduction in income results in a 0.5% reduction in CO2 emissions. That's the worst possible case. And their income average emissions about 16 tons of CO2 per capita. So a total, then you get a total income increase of 2.57 million tons of CO2 a year. Making a net increase, if you take that away from that, of 2.51 million tons of CO2 a year, which is a 0.7% increase in the CO2 emissions of the UK, greenhouse gas emissions. So the UK greenhouse gas emissions would increase by 0.7%. Now, what I haven't done is haven't taken into account the indirect effects of reducing the income of the highest income people. The indirect effects are things like they have a lot of political lobbying power at the moment because they have so much money. If you reduce that, they won't have as much power to lobby, for example, for extra fossil fuels. And they won't be able to lobby, for example, for privileges for going on private jet flights and so on. So we haven't taken that into account at all, but there's a very good paper I've referred to by Noel Healy and a colleague about that. So that means for the worst case scenario, the CO2 emissions of the low income households go up by that much, high income households go by that much, and the net change is 0.7%. For a best case scenario, where I've given an income elasticity of 1 for the high income households, you get almost no change at all. So that's the best case scenario. Could be no net change. Worst case, change of 0.7, increase of 0.7. For the modified 10%, it's a bit harder. The poor people will reduce their, are likely to increase their CO2 emissions by about 13.9 million tons of CO2. The high income group, using the same assumptions, a worst case scenario, reduced by 5.6 million tons, giving an overall increase of 8.3 million tons a year, or a 2.21% increase in CO2 emissions, but again, not taking into account the indirect effects on the rich of reducing their income, only the direct effects. So we end up with a worst possible case scenario on the left here, net change of 2.21% in CO2 emissions, and a best case scenario are a net change of about 0.7%. So I think you could expect a small change of some kind if you distribute income by that amount. Now, there's some conclusions and reflections to think about here. Okay, so estimating the poverty that contributes to energy poverty on average by the modified 10% indicator. That means by making sure that nobody has to spend more than 10% of their income on household energy costs to reach the average amount that's spent on those. could be achieved simply by reducing the threshold where the highest marginal tax rate cuts in from 150,000 to 100,000. But by the other indicator, the low income, high cost indicator, that is to make it that people have 60% of the median income left after their energy costs and after their housing costs, which is quite steep. You'd need to increase the highest tax rates to 45% and 53%. This would put the UK's high marginal tax rates among those of other OECD countries of similar GDP, but it wouldn't put us outside the general trend of EU OECD countries. And it would not put the highest tax rate up to the levels of 1925 to 1985. We'd still be well below those. It could lead to a small long-term net increase in CO2 emissions. Maybe 0.7, worst case scenario, 0.7% by the 10% indicator and 2.21% by the LIHC indicator. There might also be some short-term bursts because of households suddenly getting a lot of money and wanting to catch up on things they haven't bought for a while. And just a point about that, there's an interesting debate about that. Is it okay to bring the poor up to a good standard, even though that will possibly increase the CO2 emissions? My personal view is, of course it is okay to do that because they haven't had a chance and we need to bring down the emissions at the other end. But other people I know disagree with that, and that's one of the reasons that the energy poverty literature doesn't like this type of approach. They don't like the idea of giving the poor the opportunity to produce more emissions. And it wouldn't eliminate all energy poverty because there are some households with special needs that even if they had that much money, they still wouldn't have enough for their basic energy needs because there are sick people in the house, because they have a lot of children, because they're single parents, etc. However, an important point is it would give poor people more agency to decide for themselves how to optimize their energy consumption. And a recent study done under EU auspices showed that in Europe in general, when people's income increases, they are likely to spend money on energy efficiency measures, such as insulation for their homes, even the cheapest sorts of insulation, or replacing their electrical appliances with appliances that are more energy efficient, etc. So it would give them more agency to decide. And so the other important question is, do we need to give poor people the agency to decide for themselves what to do about keeping warm? They may decide, for example, not to replace their boiler, but to get warmer clothes. They may decide not to replace their windows, but to do something with their walls instead. They may make their own decisions in terms of their own needs and perceptions. So it would give people more agency. And the other thing about this, remember, I have not dealt with the indirect effects of reducing the income of the highest income people. So that's that. Thank you very much indeed for listening. And we may have time for questions, I don't know.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now the time for the questions. So is anyone who would like to give some comments or questions?
I would like to take a comment and please. Thank you for your presentation. I am PhD researcher at University in Graz in Austria, but I did my master degree in UK at University of Nottingham in East Midlands. And when I came first time in UK in Nottingham, I also observed there are many people, normal people, not homeless people. They came to shopping mall to get warm. So understand their house is cold. They use shopping mall to get warmer and even to take some shower and use microwave. So, this is my observation. This is not my research. This is what I see when I was in the UK. Originally, I'm from Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan is also very rich in oil, gas, coal, and they have enough energy. But we have almost 3 million of population without proper access to energy service. and people in rural areas, in village areas, because Kazakhstan is very big territory and energy, and there is some problem with energy infrastructure and logistics, and people use some, in rural area, people use some wood, agriculture waste for energy purpose, for cooking, heating, lighting, and also in rural area in Kazakhstan, they have old style old style energy technology. So they don't have access to ventilation, they don't have modern window, modern wall, and it creates problems of indoor air pollution. So, and now governments, they understand this problem, and but now they also could not find solution how to account this energy poverty. What statistics of energy poverty should include? What indicators energy poverty should be included in statistics? What data should be included? Only income, or only because you don't have a lighting system, or only because your heating system doesn't work? This is first question. And the second question, in some countries, like China, they have social policy to eliminate energy poverty in rural areas, and I'm interested in UK experience. Does UK have specific social policy and targets to eliminate social poverty? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, the really good question. I'll just talk about your second question first. Sorry, I've got to go right back here to the start. And this is a really important issue. Slow. Okay, here. This is the important thing. If you look at this diagram here, your question is, do they have specific policies? Now, one of the problems is this here. If you look at the academic world, these definitions of energy poverty are proliferating. There are many, many, There is currently, for example, a study of Russia, and they have 8 of these. They're looking at energy poverty in Russia from 8 different perspectives. And in the UK, they started with the 10% indicator. Then they moved to the low-income, high-cost indicator. And you see, the problem is people say, okay, we will eliminate energy poverty first. They say, we will make the homes more energy efficient. And there was a drive to make homes more energy efficient, but it stopped now. It just stopped. In New Zealand, where I come from, there was a drive to make homes more energy efficient. And what they did was they insulated the roof and the floor of all the homes of people who were on social welfare benefits. They then did a study to find that for every $1 they spent on insulation, they saved $6 on health costs. And then they stopped. They stopped the program, because it didn't appeal to the kind of neoliberal attitudes in Parliament. So it's a strange, really strange situation. In the UK, at the moment, they're dealing with, they're also looking at high energy prices. They're trying to reduce the energy price. But nobody really is talking about eliminating that. Nobody in the energy poverty field. And that's the problem, I think. They talk about the high energy prices, important energy efficient homes, household characteristics. But this is the area that the energy poverty scholars don't want to talk about. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but one of the reasons for this is, it's a funny reason, but in the European Union, the EU itself deals with energy policy, but it doesn't deal with fiscal policy. That's for the countries themselves to deal with. So if you want funding for studies from the EU, you can do funding on how to eliminate energy poverty, but you can't do funding on how to do that with fiscal policy change, because it's not in the mandate. And I've been shouted at sometimes by people for suggesting it. You can't do that. No. And I work for the EU Commission as a so-called expert evaluator. And when I ask people questions, they say, you can't do that, not the EU. And so that's the problem, I think. So, all these things, and if you talk about Britain is not like it was when you were there. It's worse, much worse now. The government's much less interested in this kind of thing. And they're sort of doing that a bit, sort of doing this a bit, not doing that at all, and hardly doing that. Does that answer your questions? Maybe another question in there as well.
Yeah, I got your answer.
Ah, okay. No, that was your other question, by the way, the statistics. Okay, this is really important. You see, the EU does statistics regularly on this one here, the inability to keep the home warm, okay? They ask people, and they have a very big number, and so they can say in every country, and my colleagues and I at Cambridge have done studies on that. And then the vulnerability, these are all really to do with vulnerability. You know, you see, if you're looking at the question of trying to find an objective indicator of energy poverty, you don't actually have information necessarily on specific homes, all the homes. So you have to guess. You have to say the probability of that home being in energy poverty is such and such because of these criteria. So we say that is an energy vulnerable home. We don't know whether they are in energy poverty, but they're vulnerable. And sometimes energy vulnerability means they are in energy poverty. Sometimes, and not other times, depending on whether they're employed, etc. You see? So there's that. Now, that's a very helpful indicator, energy vulnerability, but the trouble is it tends to mask the question of who the households actually are, and it tends to make it into a kind of an overall look at the thing. And you have to then ask, why are people doing this? Are governments listening? Now, in Germany, for example, the government says, we do not believe in energy poverty. We do not believe in it. We believe in poverty. We aim to eliminate poverty, because there's so many definitions of energy poverty. What can you do, you know? Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah? Okay. We have space for one question more.
Dear Professor Renata Wrubel, Krakow University of Economics. I have two questions, please. One about the definition of energy poverty, because you presented the division to subjective and objective. I guess the subjective is mostly at the microeconomic level, household level. And this is like a declaration of the household keeper that I can't afford to pay the bill. And objective is rather for macroeconomic policy making. Is there any concept in the literature that could try to combine those two definitions and try to introduce some attitude from microeconomic level, from household level to this objective definition? Is there any concept if somebody tried to do it? Because I don't know all these indexes. And the second question concerns what is the connection, the relations between energy poverty and energy insecurity? Because I've heard that this energy insecurity is a bit larger context. And what is your, as a scientist, opinion about these two concepts? Which is more useful for energy policy, for people, etc.? What is your point of view? Thank you a lot.
Okay. Thank you.
Your first question about how to combine the objective and the subjective. There are quite a few papers that map the two together. They do studies often in interviewing specific households, and they draw overlaps where the circles overlap. So, and they say these households said they were in energy poverty, they cannot afford to heat their home, but by such and such a criteria, these households are in energy poverty, and by another one, these households. And they do these sort of circular overlaps, you see. And they find there's very little overlap between them. But that's, as far as I know, that's as far as the literature goes. I haven't yet seen anything that really tries to combine those two into a really stringent policy suggestion. And also, when the literature makes policy suggestions, it tends to be very tentative, and it's not actually discussed with policymakers to get their feedback from them. The second one was energy insecurity. Yes, I agree. I think energy insecurity is a much better idea than energy poverty, because energy insecurity means really that you could at any stage become energy poor. You are insecure. And of course, nowadays, I would say in Britain, maybe 30% of people are energy insecure because of the huge increases in energy price. So I think it's a much more helpful one in one respect. But I think the immediate task is that energy poverty itself is so bad, it's so terrible for the people, that I think we need to really focus on that. If we're doing anything, focus on it first. And so the reason I did the two indicators, the 10% and the other one, the 10% indicator, it seems to me, is easy, basically. It should be fairly easy. You know, you don't even have to change the tax rates, you just change the threshold. Although I noticed the British government's doing the opposite, they're shifting the threshold up, you know, rather than down. So they're making it worse. Yeah, I agree. Energy insecurity is difficult. But the other thing about energy insecurity is that I think the more income poor people have, the less insecure they have. And the more agency they have to decide. They can go to the shopping mall, for example. And by the way, in New Zealand, they go to the shopping mall in summer to keep cool. You see? And we were doing it in Aachen a few weeks ago as well. Let's go to the shopping mall, it's cool in there, you see? Because we can't afford to, you know, put air conditioning in our houses. And the library, and of course another problem in Britain is a lot of people go to libraries to keep warm and they're closing libraries, okay? The other thing you can do in Britain is you can go to a cafe. That's a good one. And you go to a cafe and sit there for 2 hours, 1 cup of coffee, you know, and people do that.
Okay, thank you very much. To keep the schedule, we have to go to the third session. So thank you very much for very inspiring. We will have the opportunity to discuss, of course, later during the all breaks. But now we have the first session, and the first speaker will be Professor Arkadiusz Pivovar. Okay, do you have your own computer? Okay, but if you give the presentation, because no, it's welcome here. So I propose to keep up the perfectly 12, maximum 15 minutes for each presentation, and later will be the time for the question at the to all presenters.
Do you have cable?
Sorry?
Do you have cable to connect?
No. Presentation. Okay. The presentation is presented from the top. And also for the next speaker, if you have not already given your presentation to the colleague at the back, please do it now just to make it smooth. Yeah, so all speaker, please. This next speaker is online. Okay, all speakers are online? Only one, the next is. Okay, fine. Tutaj normalnie się do przodu, do tyłu i tam jest. I mikrofon trzeba mieć, bo jest online.
Thank you. Actually, I'm Maciej Dzikuć, and my co-author is Arkadiusz Pivovar. I'm from Zielona Góra, from University of Zielona Góra. My colleague Arkadiusz is from Wrocław University of Economics. And we would like to show you our presentation about the prospects for the development of photovoltaic micro-installations in Poland. This is a very important subject because of changes in energy sector which we observe just now. So it's a very big problem for Polish people, not only for Polish people, because prices of energy are in a very high level. So it will be difficult, and we will talk about energy poverty in next year from completely different point of view. What's the point? What's the point? Last 3 years was in Poland lots of changes if you tell about photovoltaics. Before 4 or 5 years, we haven't any possibility to Okay. Okay. Few years ago, we couldn't speak about photovoltaic in Poland because, how you can see, this color is Poland. It's difficult to say what kind of color this is for me, but you can see that before 2018, photovoltaic in Poland doesn't exist. What happened? What happened in this year? Polish government changed law and people could you stop change of this slide? This my okay. Sorry. Polish government changed law about possibility of for investors. So 3 years ago, people who want to have micro installations in Poland could easily make own small photovoltaic installations. What happened? First, government sent for the money, not lots of, less more 1,200 euros for one installation. Second, most important, it was possibility to take energy back when sun is close by night, winter, etc. So if you had small installation, less than 10 kilowatt peak, you can use later 80% of electricity which you sent before to energy system. So if your micro installation produce lots of energy in the summer, probably it will be enough for all winter. But these wonderful solutions are changed, what I will tell you in few slides. And how you can see, Poland now is a leader if we talk about solar energy, new capacity of solar energy. What is important here? Okay, I'll tell you everything. What is interesting on these slides? You can see a small country, Netherlands, which has less than half people that in Poland, has lots of installation. This is very, very interesting because if we see Germany, for example, or Spain, Germany is for economy in the world. It's easy to guess that it is easy to them to make lots of photovoltaic installations. This is information which I told you 2 minutes ago. But how I told you about half year ago, our government changed these wonderful solutions. Now you have to first send to energy system your energy, which you couldn't use in your household, and later you have to pay, of course, more and buy this electricity by night or in winter when photovoltaic or doesn't work or working on less level. Here we have freshest date from July of this year, and we can see that actually, except photovoltaic installations, we haven't high growth of any other renewable energy sources like wind farms, biogas power plants, biomass, etc. Only photovoltaics change and double capacity year by year. So it's something which we couldn't see last years. Next slide is information about numbers of prosumers. Of course, if we talk about prosumers, actually in Poland we have only photovoltaic prosumers, because if we see water, wind, or biomass, it's only few installations. And if we will talk about dynamic index, it will be also wonderful information. Here we have plans of our institution from our government, which are from 2 years ago, and they thought that in 8 years, so in 2030, will be about 1 million prosumers. But now we have more than 10% more. So on next slide, you can see that our research says that this growth should be much faster, and in few years, by 2030, we should have double capacity of photovoltaic installations, and one more double in 2040. Here you have information about group of experts who we ask about this in this research. It should be noticed that some of the people who took part in the survey are experts evaluating innovative energy projects both on the national and European Commission level. So we can request that they know what will be happened, what will be probably will happen in few months, in few years. Of course, if we will go back in 1 year, no one from us probably will how will be changed prices of natural gas, prices of electricity, etc. But war change everything if we talk of energy sector. What the point? What experts told us about photovoltaic installations in the future? What is most important? Poland spent not enough money for installation like photovoltaic micro installation, other photovoltaic installation, energy network, because our energy networks are old, usually 40, 50 years old. These networks are not good enough for new possibility of producing electricity. 50, 40 years ago, we had 5, 10, maybe 20 big power plants, and now we have only micro micro photovoltaic installations more than 1 million. So it's difficult for electricity network, energy system networks, because if you are owner of micro installations, your energy not is going back to power plant, only use your electricity to your neighbors. So if on your street have, for example, 20 homes and 20 of them has photovoltaic installations, so it is impossible in this area use this energy which produced in sunny summer day. So what happened? In this situation, your installation will cut from system because it's impossible to take this energy for the system, because it will be sent only for your close neighbors. If you are alone or your street, you have 2 or 3 installations and 20 buildings, it will be okay because this energy will be used in your area. But if not, in sunny days, it will be a problem because your installation couldn't send energy to energy system. How it? One minute. What to do? We have to invest in energy storage, small energy storage. For example, in Germany, they have 300,000 to 400,000 of small energy storage. So we have a solution on the table, but we have to spend more money for this solution. Here we have what happened after changes in April this year, when we have in February or March 70 or more than 70,000 new installations every month, sometimes 60,000. After changes of law, we have only 25,000 micro installations. And this is usually not household, that only companies, because electricity is much more expensive for small companies than for normal people. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please ask me.
Thank you very much. So the questions will be later to all speakers. Now we have the second presenters who will be online. I hope that Professor Marzena Czarnecka is with us. Yeah?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, we hear you. Nice to see you.
Okay, hello. Good morning. I'm sorry being in that form, but personal circumstances took place in my life. Okay, so I will share my presentation. Hopefully it will be seen on. Do you see it? Hopefully, yes.
In a moment,
Do you see it?
Presented. Not yet, but just it will. Okay, we see it.
Okay, perfect. So today I wanted to talk with you because, okay, some words about me. I am in the double position because from one side I am a lawyer and from the other side I'm the economist at the University of Economics in Katowice. And I wanted to show you some, let's say, information and my research about the energy justice and the involvement of vulnerable consumers in this term. Yeah. So first of all, I mean, the first question is why energy justice? I remember a few years ago when the European Commission presented some kind of the paper which said quite simply that the bread and the energy is kind of the let's say of the things, of the items which have to be let's say for all the Europeans. So all the Europeans, they are not only having the right to get the clean energy, but of course they have to get the energy as itself. Yeah, so that's what we said about the, let's say, possibility of the getting energy with the Professor Galvin. So it is, let's say, the type of this way of the thinking. So of course, let's say the question is about the consequences about the climate changes and how it, let's say, have some influence on the vulnerable consumers and how they can, let's say, be in this new environment. Yeah, we have to think that not only European Union is thinking about it, but also the United Nations. The United Nations in their, let's say, sustainable development goals and the COP26, they were still thinking what to do and how to, let's say, what kind of the indicators should help us to fight with the energy poverty and with the, let's say, the people which are the poorest in the world. Yeah. So first of all, we have to remember that both terms, I mean, the energy justice and the energy poverty, are mostly internationally related. And of course, that's what the Professor Rubel asked Professor Galvin. That's the definition of the energy poverty. They are, of course, absolutely different in the different countries. We have, let's say, different forms. That's what the professor said. But first of all, you have to remember that in Poland, we regulated via the special, let's say, needs of the individuals, of the consumers. In the other countries, the Great Britain is, in the UK, it is 10%, and right now the volume of income is different. But we have to remember one thing, is that only in Europe, the 50 up to the 125 million of the consumers are on the verge of the energy poverty or even experience it. So this is one of the biggest number during the history of our using the energy. We have to compare it. That's what we discussed after the first session, that we have to compare it with the increasing the level of the needs of the energy. That's what in African countries, we can say that it is even 80% of the, let's say, increasing the level of the needs of energy during the last 20 years. So the numbers are really high. Yeah? So, of course, I do not agree exactly that when we gave the consumer the absolute choice, he will use it in the proper way. Of course, there are different methods, but one of the most effective forms of the engagement of the vulnerable consumers, I think that my personal thoughts, are, let's say, combined with the education. So when they would know what to do, it will be much more easier. And of course, the state financial support and the, let's say, building the communities where let's say, that the European directive is allowing on that, we'll discuss about that. So this is the form of the, let's say, using the engagement of the vulnerable consumers. And of course, we have to remember about the legal aspects, because in the legal aspects, we can think that what we have in Europe, or we have the American way of thinking that the law is pushing economists to do something and the government to do something. Or we have the, let's say, economical environment, and this economical environment goes through the legal aspects, and the law is a little bit, let's say, forward the economical aspects. I mean, normally we use this. I mean, we are, let's say, combined in Poland with the German and French way of thinking, and we usually think that first of all, we have some, let's say, economical environment. We have some, let's say, practice, and later on we have the law. So about some data, you have some information here, how it works. So normally the International Energy Agency World Energy Outlook states that about 1 billion people, that is 13% of the population, lives without the access to the electricity. For the sub-Saharan Africa, the number is around 600 million people. So it is 57% of the population. And in the developing Asian countries, it is 350 million people. So this is quite a, let's say, the big numbers. So so for instance, East Asia and the Latin America have, let's say, right now they reach a better access to the energy, to the extending the electricity networks, because the question is, of course, the let's say about the how to be, let's say, supported by the country and or by the electricity companies, and having let's say the electricity network. So for instance, access to the electricity in Indonesia grew up from the 50% to the nearly 95%. Of course, we are not talking about, let's say, possibility to afford it, to, let's say, to pay for that, but you know, they have this this access, and we can divide it into, let's say, couple of things. The first one, which we have to remember. So first of all, it's what the European Union is saying about, and also the United Nations, that the access to the energy is calling by us, by lawyers, as a universal access. What is the universal access? Of course, we can write on some PhDs, and you know, there are a lot of literature on that. We can combine it, of course, with the possibility to use, for instance, post offices. Yeah, so the post offices in the 19th century in Germany was having the right to get the universal access, and it is the term which is used in the word from that time. So normally, I mean, this is the right. That's what we can say quite simply. That in the legal meaning, that is a right to get the energy for anybody. I mean, we are discussing about both things. I mean, not only about the, let's say, the possibility as electricity networks, but also we discuss about the income. So the income is supposed to be on that level, the minimum income, which allows the households and the people to get the access to the energy. That's the way of thinking about the universal access. So the question is, of course, about the forms of involvement of vulnerable consumers in the renewable production, and of course there are the different kind of the solutions. I would say the main thing. So the main thing is stated in the directives, exactly in the directive number REV 2, which is of course presented to REV 3, and we could say about the, let's say that the directive about the electricity market, and we can say that it is of course the communities, civil energy communities and the renewable energy communities, that is the, let's say, the way of thinking how to involve the consumers in the system. And of course, the vulnerable also. So I will give you the only one example, which is quite interesting, that in Belgium, which is of course having the big influence on this, they have the kind of the community which is allowing the vulnerable consumers to produce a lot of energy. They give them photovoltaic, let's say, whole installation on the roof. And if they save the energy, so they got some extra money for spending for another thing, because they produce, they are kind of the producers, so they are also involving the vulnerable consumers in the system. So of course there are different forms we do not have the right to discuss about it, but this is quite interesting how the countries could use it. For instance, in the US, you can buy the shares. In the Germany, it is kind of the civil association, so it depends on the, let's say, on the country. The second thing is that the clean energy and the energy investment, efficiency investment, and the technologies, of course, they would support the vulnerable consumers. Of course, we can discuss about, let's say, the main points. The main points, when we discuss about the Europe, we have to remember that it is not only electricity, but also in the heat as itself. It is because of the, let's say, atmosphere about the weather. Yeah? So this kind of the investment allows the vulnerable consumers to let's say, to make the reduction of the using the energy. It also will help them to, let's say, to be involved in the system. So energy justice will help in that. The energy justice can, let's say, be used via this, let's say, a specific investment. Well, you probably, of course, we can divide it into different, let's say, sectors, but we can discuss about the electricity generation, heat generation, and the transport. And the last thing, it is the action which is given by the government, local authorities, or energy companies for the vulnerable consumers. Of course, we have in Krakow, we already had the special program in Poland, which called Stop Smog, which saying, okay, we will help the individuals to change the heat at homes from the something which is really black and not efficient to the new ones, and will help to, let's say, increase the green energy in our whole aspect, and also, let's say, make it more useful for energy vulnerable consumers. So normally the policy of the countries are divided into, let's say, those 4 points. So first of all, energy efficiency standards in the construction. So it is the legal part, because normally we could say that the law is pushing the companies to organize, to make the buildings more passive, connected with the, let's say, with the circumstances. And the second thing is the tax rabates for adopting policies, increasing energy efficiency, lump limits, and of course the leveling standards. But of course there are different forms of the using the let's say that the actions by the governments. That's what I said in the beginning. So the question is, who is pushing to whom? I mean, is this going from the bottom to the top, or top is pushing the bottom to do something? You probably remember the history of the power plant, which was organized in the in US, and let's say, and the Indians, I mean the locals, they didn't want to just reorganize this power plant and to be more green. And it was, of course, in the Arizona, or I don't remember, it was Utah exactly. It was on the board between the Arizona and the Utah. And what happened? I mean, the American law, federal law, pushed them to do this in that way, that the power plant is supposed to be reorganized for the green one. It's, in the end of the day, they stopped the part of the production because it was not enough green. So that's the way of the legal regulations. So in the end, we can say that the involvement of the vulnerable consumers and let's say, at the level of the energy justice. Of course, I mean, from my point of view, it is for all the countries, it has to be the new law, because we are making the comparisons right now. We have some projects which we do compare the legislation in all countries, that it's having the influence on the energy justice, and they help the vulnerable consumers or not. So the new law, that's one point. And the second point, of course, the state funds and helping the people from the side of financial support.
Okay. Please go to the final conclusions.
Yeah,
because of the time pressure. Okay.
Yes, of course. And of course, the microgrids, energy community, and any kind of the investment in the green technology. That was the last one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we have the next speaker, Jan Frankowski. Yeah. So, please.
Could I have my presentation from the screen? Okay, so in the meantime, I'm happy to be here and thanks for the invitation. I represent Polish Academy of Science as well as the Institute for Structural Research, the independent research foundation. We have been doing energy poverty research for 5 years. So could you put my... Yes, that's me. And today I would like to present rather not the, let's say, the sketch of the research paper, but rather the policy solution, which I would like to present and discuss if it's possible. My presentation is about ensuring decent heating in municipal housing stock in Poland. So. Okay, so for today, I would like to present 3 things. Firstly, I would like to argue why should we take care of municipal housing stock in the case of Poland, why it is the issue in our country. Second, I would like to present as a case study the domestic heating transition pathway in municipal buildings using the case of Warsaw, which I have been investigating that city and the consequences of this heating transition. And the third, let's say, aim of my presentation is to demonstrate how to ensure more just and sustainable heating transition in this city as well as the others. What is my proposition to do so? So firstly, so why do heating problems matter in municipal Polish housing stock? First, the energy crisis will be harmful for municipal tenants especially. Now we are at the energy crisis, and this group, municipal tenants, this is a group who have got low incomes. So 67% of households are below the average income. Also, this group is suffered from poor building standards in Poland because 46 municipal housing stock was built before World War II, so it's old housing stock. They live in a very old housing stock. Moreover, a lot of them, as you can see in this chart, has got uncomfortable and expensive heating. So it's not only the coal stoves, which is quite, let's say, popular, but also electric heating, which is very expensive. And when the electric heating is using in the forms of electric heaters inside the building, the problem is quite serious. And this is also the group, one of the 4 groups, which is especially vulnerable to energy poverty in Poland, according to our studies. And this is why, in my opinion, this group should be we should take into account this group especially. Moreover, now local authorities, the municipalities who manage their housing stock, they also got, let's say, quite bad financial situation because these buildings require very serious financial investments. Moreover, the costs are increasing, and also the stock is going worse and worse. And in some cases, as I told you, it's very old housing stock. And in case of some of that stock, especially in the case of my city, it's also the case of the ownership problems. So why also I would like to emphasize this problem? Because it's also not a priority in municipal housing stock. It's relatively small electorate, these people who live there. It's also the still dominant position of private ownership in Poland, and we can say it's also somehow this group is somehow stigmatized in case of Poland. It was a very interesting paper made by Professor Buzarowski, who was also mentioned, about UK housing stock, that municipal tenants are treated rather as a problem, not the solution, this municipal housing stock. And I think it's also the case of Poland. What's also, in my opinion, the important problem is that the social perspective in the case of this energy retrofits and of this municipal housing stock is missing. So firstly, it's very technocratic and let's say engineering approach. So municipalities are using, let's say, more environmental logic than social logic in case of investing in these buildings. There is also, let's say, limited trust to the institutions, and this approach also resulted in, let's say, something like unintended consequences. For example, I also studied the urban regeneration investment in Gdańsk 5 years ago, and this let's say large-scale deployment of gas in the district who was covered by coal stalls before led to the gentrification of the area of Gdańsk district called Letnica. So people who did this do not take it into account. So in such cases, this kind of, let's say, social perspective is missing in terms of this stock, and I think it should be somehow addressed. So what I did in my study, it was to somehow track this this heating transition and in Warsaw, just to see how we can make it more, let's say, socially sensitive. So what I did, of course, I used, let's say, standard research methods like urban policy analysis. I also made some interviews with very different actors who was engaged into this process, and I also applied building level data analysis using a variety of databases on the level of building and household, which I found quite interesting, and I will also show you on the next slides these findings. So why I also choose Warsaw? Not only because it's my city, it's also because the city has got multiple problems at the intersection of housing, energy, and social inequalities. We've got various companies managing energy infrastructure. So it's a private company who manage the district heating network. It's a state-led company, gas company, who manage gas network, and it's also electricity company, also very specific. It's not the very big state company like in the rest of Poland, but it's let's say another smaller company with foreign capital. And why also Warsaw is interesting to do this case, because of let's say some bottom-up movements who made the case, who make the energy poverty case in this municipal housing stock, let's say, as a case, who somehow mainstreamed this problem in the urban policy practice. So because of these actions, of these local movements like tenant movements and anti-smog movements, Warsaw was somehow enforced to provide some policies to address this heating transitions. So from the one case, the Warsaw promised to connect all possible municipal buildings to district heating, because district heating was considered as the most affordable way of heating. And the second, let's say, postulate was to do this urban coal phase out. Like in Krakow, Warsaw promised to do the domestic coal phase out until the next year in the municipal housing stock. So I tried to detect how this process was fair, and I mapped this let's say, heating transition patterns on the basis of official city data, which I which I also collected, and I use also the PESEL database just to see how much people were affected by this process, and for whom this transition was planned. So as we can see, the heating transition, these are the data from 4 years ago. So coal stoves in municipal heating was replaced by mostly other more modern solid fuel heating stoves, and it's also a proof that the, let's say, energy, the economic imperative here, because it's also the cheapest way to replace that kind of heating, still dominated in the policy of in the urban policy of Warsaw. We can also see in this slide some let's say gas uptake, district heating uptake, and what is also specific and interesting for me, this 14% of demolitions. So in these cases we can see that the city office used this case of doing this heating transition just to do some demolitions and to move some people to the other places. So it was a kind of cleaning some areas, some buildings, and for probably investments or to sell the area. By the imperative of replacing housing stock. So it was quite interesting for me, this thing. And as you can also see, these buildings with ownership claims was somehow enforced to take the electric heating. So it's also the issue. 3 minutes. Okay, so I also mapped this heating transition pathways, but as I have to accelerate my presentation, I will just go to the solution which I would like to present. So how to ensure, let's say, more decent heating in municipal housing stock, and how to provide the approach which put in favor the most affected people. So I propose something like the social criteria of energy efficiency investments, and to some extent they utilize the energy justice dimensions. This energy justice concept was also mentioned during last presentation, and one of them is recognition. And I used the PESEL data just to see who lives under different areas of the city, and let's say using this building level and household level data, I can provide which areas and buildings should be renovated first. Yes, say not to applying this approach technocratic and based only on economic efficiency, but also using this social criteria. So what about the conclusions? So I think that this energy retrofits and generally these heating transitions are not objective and technocratic. They are socially vulnerable, sensitive, and as the heating is a basic need, we should also take it into account planning energy efficiency in this municipal housing stock especially. I think that these retrofits can also act as something like the social spatial segregation tool. So we can also use this as a pretext to clean some areas and put some investments and to reproduce this, let's say, more neoliberal paradigm in the city, which is still dominant in most of Polish cities. And I think that applying the social criteria and use this register data. We would like to also have got such data as Professor Galvin has got about the incomes at the building level, and we are trying on having this. I think that combining all this data can help to ensure decent heating and to shape more just and sustainable urban policies. Thank you.
Time, and we have now the last speaker, Dr. Christian Szczepański. Yeah, have you already put your presentation? Okay, fine. So here's.
Okay, thank you. Introduction, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delayed because my train is delayed, and so 1 hour is a problem in the train. Okay, thank you for invitation, and I would like to today, and I'm grateful to able to present the presentation about how transform the Polish energy sector in 2050, and I would like to invite, because I very briefly present our result, but I would like to invite you to our publication, our articles about, if you want to find them more details. Okay, first of all, I would like to present only the 4 points, the main important point and any very ambitious goals to package Fit for 55. And the perspective is the short-term perspective, because if you can see that we have a 20-30 year and only, I don't know, let's say 8 years, and we can't achieve a very ambitious goals. First of all, that we would like to, and we need to, we have to reduction greenhouse gas emission. Before was 40%, that now we have a 55% until 2030. It's a very ambitious, because we need to change, and what happened in the Ukraine and the war, and that's it, that have a very big impact how to achieve, because the next slide, as I present, that the gas few months ago, that the gas was the transition fuel, but now it's impossible because the price is very high. The next one is the renewable sources that target up to 30%, 40%. The energy efficiency, almost 40%. And what else? 2030, it will be the last year when combustion car will be sold. About our tools, we use 4 different models. First of all is the computable generally equilibrium model, the base. Another one about the energy sector, energy system, European energy system model. The next one is the transport European economic model. And the last one, climate and agriculture model. This slide, I would like to present that the relationship between 4 different models, and we using collaborative models, it is possible to show the interaction between different sectors and take into account how changes in one sector affect to possible development on the other sector. Of course, we as well as household consumption and the value of the GDP. We would like to use we use the models, the different structure, and of course we would like to evaluate the base of the factors of economy, and I would like to present in the next slide. What else? Okay, that one of our publication. If you want that, I invite you to our website. What is the most important? That the reduction scenarios we try to evaluate three different scenarios. First of all, the baseline scenario, assuming the 60% emission reduction in 2050, we found that LULUCF, that the land use and forestry sector, neutral, that neutral scenario, assuming approximately 90% emission reduction 2050 with land use and forest. This is the neutral scenario, can achieve to neutral climate in 2050. And of course, why 90%? Because our potential absorb CO2 from atmosphere is about 10%, but by the agriculture, by the nature, by the forest, and so on and so on. And a few weeks ago, we built a new scenario with the same like the neutral, but with the higher fossil fuel price. And how will be depends on the situation now, and what we would like to predict it, what happened in short term and the long term. And some results, first of all, that the cost of emission reduction, that is the very important different scenario, and you can see the base, it's about from 60 euros per ton CO2 equivalent in 2030 and over 100 euros in the 2050. What is the higher cost we have in the neutral, but you can see we can see in this long perspective, let's say 2050, that over almost 600 euro per tons. That is the quite a lot. What else? Electricity demand, because it's this next very interesting. How increased 2020, our electricity demand is almost 150 terawatt hours. But how we can see this slide, that we can have increased more than doubled. For example, over 350 terawatt hours in 2050. That is necessary because we change fossil fuels, electricity, cars as well, of course, because as I mentioned the previous slide, 2035 will be the last year when the combustion cars will be sold, that we need more energy. What else? That the fuel structure, that the energy mix and the fuel structure of electricity generation, that we need to more energy demands, but of course we have to new energy sources, and of course that how we can see that the gas, for example, will be replaced by the nuclear energy, our opinion. And we can see in the scenario in the perspective 2040 and 2050. Of course, and what is the very important, that renewable energy sources are developing fast is all scenarios. But why? Because the cost is effective and develop very fast. Yes. And what is the important? That the carbon cottage storage is necessary to use this technology to use if you would like to achieve the neutral climate 2050. And electricity generation cost, that is the most important, and is our analysis show and that the increase very fast in the short-term perspective 2030, because the prices of the fossil fuels is high. And how we can see, for example, that the biggest is the neutral high prices, that is over 130 euro per megawatt hours. That is the very, very expensive. But of course, that will be the fall in the next decade, because replacing the fossil fuels to another renewable sources of energy and nuclear power, that we expect that the 2050 will be decreased, that the price of electricity generation cost. Okay. And main conclusions, that the increase in electricity costs is inevitable. High natural gas prices are reducing its role at transition fuels. That is very, very important. Few months ago, and now we have a lot of investments here in Poland that we can change, and we use the gas. Now we have to change that. The development of zero-emission hydrogen market and electrification will influence the need for unpredicted increase in electricity generation. The greater the development of renewable energy sources, the greater the energy independence and lower energy cost for consumers. That is very important. Necessity of development of systems, combining the electricity, district heating and gas system together with the hydrogen into one system. The development of energy storage technology, CCS, CCU is also necessary to achieve the goals 2050. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we have 10 minutes before the coffee break for the discussion and comments. Who would like to be the first? And a question to the presenter, something. Okay, please.
Dr. Szczepański, can you return, please, to the presentation where when we've seen the models you used? And is it possible now to return to the slide? The presentation, Dr. Szczepański. Yeah, the last presentation, please, but the slide was at the beginning. My question is about the models you used, because you mentioned the CGE model and sectoral models. How big is the CGE model? I mean, you presented a lot of results, and is the results from a steady state, or did you consider any adjusting path to the steady state? Because the horizon of 2050 is a bit long. It means that the adjusting path could be different. And of course, this is possible that we never ever achieve these results you present. Did you consider any scenarios or adjusting paths, etc.? This is my first question. And the second question concerns sectoral models. What kind of models they are? This is also a kind of CGE model or dynamic model? What was that? Thanks.
Hero. Okay, the first one is the global model, but we use the same model to analyze about the CBAM. CBAM is the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which will be implemented in 2025 by the European Union. And we would like to the same evaluate how will be the impact to the global emission. Because in the past we made some analysis how impact of the implemented the CBAM to economy, the global economy, will be the increase, for example, the emission. Yes, but because now we have something like that some production transferred to another part of the world because the cost of production, environmental cost of production is lower, for example. Yes, and the global industry, they have any barrier to move to another part of the world. And the one of them, and try to analyze this. It's we base this model on we try to build the model with the World Bank because 10 years ago we started that the Minister for Finance and the Cooperation Minister of Finance and World Bank to build the model, and we take that's the result from the cooperation and develop now to new one. And the next one, that the same dynamic model. Yes, dynamic model. First of all, the energy sector, but European energy sector, and we use the same very nice article. The few I don't know 2 weeks ago, how impact of energy cost, energy price in Europe when the Germany stopped the nuclear power plants, because stopped the one in the December and the next one, next two, my opinion, in this year, that they have impact not only for German energy sector but the whole sector for whole Europe, because we have it's connected. Each country is connected, and that is the very important. And the same the transport European economic model. The same, we would like to, we have a lot of scenarios how to develop, how to achieve the goals, how to, we have to remember that the Fit for 55, of course, the stop that the sale cars, but another one, they would like to extend European trade scheme, that CO2 emission and CO2 units for the householders, and the one, and the second in the transport sector. If you're refueling the car, to fuel 1 liter fuel will be add that the price of the taxes. I don't know, few groszy here in Poland, for example. Yes, that's it. With the same. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the space for the one more question or come. Okay.
Are you convinced that the lobby of internal combustion car engine will allow to stop production this type of car by 2035? I don't believe it will happen.
Yeah, of course, maybe the stop. Okay, my opinion, it's possible. But of course, we can see that the market and the change. We have over 22, 23 million cars here in Poland. Yes, that the changes will be not so fast like in West countries, for example. Yes, that. You know, I'm sure that 2036 you can buy new car if you not electricity. You know.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions? Okay. If not, so thank you very much once again to all presenters. Now we have a 30 minutes coffee break, and our group will meet in this room later. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next session. We will make a break after the first group of 4 presentations, because now it is planned up to the lunch. The lunch is at 2 o'clock, but we will have 4 presentations, short break, and the next presentations. And the same as it was in the first session, so will be presentations and after time for the discussion. Okay, so the first will be Michał Król.
Please. Thanks. Okay, I will check it. Okay, it worked. Okay, so hello everybody, my name is Michał Król, I work here at Krakow University of Economics, and together with Kamil Makiera is not here, and Łukasz Mamica, we prepared a presentation that based on our research about willingness to pay for green energy and clean air. So let's start with research description and our research based on the survey. The survey was conducted using the CATI method from July to August in the last year and covered residents of single-family houses. So why single-family houses? In Poland, around half of the Polish population live in single-family houses, and in 2022, still a big part of them use coal as use fossil fuel, and especially coal as a source of heating. Yeah, so we can say that residents of single-family houses have an opportunity to make a real change in case of energy transformation in Poland. As you can see, more than 1,000 people responded on our survey, and so it's a representative sample. And we will ask people about their willingness to pay. I will say a bit more about this indicator and our question in the next two slides, but what is important now is that in the final research we included only these people who wanted to pay. And Bayesian model selection was used to test the significance of determinants. So it's not all information about our research, but the most important for this moment. So what is willingness to pay and why we use that? So willingness to pay is the technique that allows us to measure a non-market value. It's a very useful tool for estimate everything what is related to environment. Another way we can say that this led us to understand how people value something, and also understanding what kind of determinants affect on willingness to pay can be useful for decision maker when they are creating public policies. In our research, we ask about two things. We ask about willingness to pay for clean air, actually for improved clean air in respondents' area, and about electricity from renewable sources. So to simplify it, I will say that it's green energy. In both this question, we ask about additional monthly payment. Questions were open-ended because we didn't want to force an answers. And it wasn't choice experiment because we wanted to see both answers on these questions. We wanted to compare it and see what data show. Some of you probably can think that this issue, they are related, and of course they are. But when we look at the case of Poland, we have a problem with local air pollution, especially during winter season. We can see something so-called low stack emission. So if we ask about improving local clean air, it's more related to I can say it's affect more directly on our respondents. Yeah, when we ask about green energy, it's more a question about about respondents' approach for changing the current energy system in order to achieve global common goals. Yeah, so this question, they are not the same, they are similar, but in my opinion, they are complementary and show the whole picture of energy transformation in Poland. Before we saw our research results, we create three intuitive hypotheses. I will read them, that residents of single-family houses are willing to partly pay for the energy transformation. Willingness to pay is higher in the case of a problem that affects the respondents more directly. So in this case, it's air quality, and willingness to pay for clean air and renewable or green energy determinants are different from each other. Okay, and now we can see the results of our research. As you can see on the left chart, people want to pay declared higher value for clean air. What is important here, and I have to point out, if we compare it to other similar results, these values, they are very high. In our opinion, it's because residents of single-family houses just understand the problem and want to do something in it. What they want to resolve it very quickly. But of course, what is very important here, we have to remember that this what we can see, it's only declarations. It's not a real payment. if someone asks me, I believe that if we look at the middle chart, the most common value, it is the real contribution that residents of single-family houses can incur in case of energy transformation in Poland. Yeah, so anyway, this value, they are still high because we, as you can see, it's 21 and 11 USD per month. Yeah, so it's very high. But of course, also we have to remember that this research was conducted in the last year, and a lot of things happened. Okay, in the next phase of our research, we wanted to find out which determinants affect on our willingness to pay for clean air and green energy. So we used 22 questions from our survey and divided it into 4 pots to make it more clear. So we have general factors like age, gender, education, occupation. We have factors related to place of residence, like for example, age of house or source of heating. Financial aspect, the most important for us, it was the value of paying bills, and declaration. In declarations, we had questions about knowledge, about environmental concern, yeah, but we named it the declarations because we didn't test people, yeah, it was just subjective answers. Yeah, okay, so we can move to the next slide. And now we can see the results of bias and selection model for willingness to pay for clean air. The most important column here is the second column, and we can see PIP. It's posterior inclusive. It means posterior inclusive probability, and it shows which factors we should include into the model. Yeah. In other words, we can say that if this value is higher, it means that this factor is significant in this case, or at least more important than the others. And also we have the same table for willingness to pay for green energy, but I don't want to overwhelm you with data, so I prepare a table with a comparison with the most important factors in our research. Yeah? So generally, this table answers the question, is this factor significant? So for example, we can see value of heating bills. Yeah, so value of heating bills affect on our willingness to pay for clean air. And what is interesting, value of electricity bills also affect on willingness to pay, but for renewable energy. So it sounds logical. And also in both cases, yeah, I can say that one confirmed the other. Yeah, and in both cases we have plus sign here, so it's showing the positive correlation between our factor and willingness to pay. So in this way, it means that that higher bills means also higher declaration. When I saw it for the first time, I was a bit surprised, but when we discussed it in the team, I realized that, okay, it can be possible because this group of people probably can afford on it, and it's how they live. But the most convincing for me was my casual conversation with my friends, because I asked them about their willingness to pay, and it was, of course, outside the research. And one of my friends answered, okay, 10% of my bills. And I had another conversation with different friend, and he also said 10% of bills. Yeah. So I realized that we ask people about value in Polish złotych, but when people answering this question, they probably was thinking about value. They calculate percentage value. Yeah. So if we have a group of people and they declared the same value, like 10%, so these people who pay the highest bills also, by the way, declared the highest value. Yes, so it's look like this model is correct. Two another factors. They are very obvious because importance of environmental protection and knowledge about renewable affect on both willingness to pay in the same way. So as I said, it's obvious because people who has more knowledge and people who care about environment more just declared higher value in this research. What was the most surprising for me, it was age as a factor. Age as a factor is significant in literature, but in our case, older people declared higher value in case of clean air, but younger declared higher value for green energy. So our assumption is that older people just feel the consequences of local air pollution much harder than younger. It's why they declare higher value. But younger people know how important it is to invest in renewable energy. It's just for the future. Yeah? And the last important factor in this case is education. As you can see, education is only affect only on our willingness to pay for renewable energy, and surprise, we have a minus sign here. Yes, so in our research, people with lower formal education declared higher value. Well, in our opinion, of course, it can be an accident, but in our opinion, just knowledge is a better indicator than formal level of your education, because a lot of people can graduate university, but it doesn't mean that they have real knowledge about climate change. Okay, so if we back to our hypothesis, we can say that our first hypothesis is true, because willingness to bear some of the energy transformation cost declares more than 75% of respondents. Around 22% didn't want to pay for clean air, even 1 Polish złotych, and around 70% didn't want to pay for renewable energy. The second hypothesis also was correct, because people, as you could see on the chart, declared higher value for clean air than for green energy, so local problems should be resolved first. And the last hypothesis, I can say that it's correct. It's incorrect because, of course, we had some differences in determinants, like, for example, this education and different side in age, but the most important factors, they were the same in both cases, like value of bills, environmental concern, and knowledge. And okay, the conclusion from the study is that the willingness to pay is high in both cases, but local issue with clean air should be addressed first. The study opened a discussion for the importance of age in shaping willingness to pay for the issue discussed in Poland. Younger people want to pay more for renewable energy, and our research confirmed what we have in the literature, but it's very interesting in case of that older declared higher value for clean air. And the last future research should focus on groups of people who declare zero value, yeah? Because if we want to create a proper, adequate recommendation in public policies, we should know why they declare zero, yeah? Because it can be related to energy poverty or energy insecurity. Maybe these people don't know, some probably of these people don't realize that these problems exist. And some of them probably just don't care about environment, yeah? And for the end, I can say that we are working on the paper, so I hope it will be published very soon. And if you have any question, you can ask us later or contact us via email. So thank you very much for your attention.
The next speaker will be Jakub Głowacki.
Thank you. I hope you don't mind that I will sit during my presentation. Hello, my name is Jakub Głowacki. I work for Krakow University of Economics, and today I will present you results of our research concerning energy efficiency of electric energy consumption in households. I'm not sure if the presentation is visible. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so this is first slide. A few words about justification of a topic that we take. As you can see on this map, efficiency of some economics in Europe are not the same. In Poland, we have on this map you can see what is the how much kilogram of equivalent oil is needed for 1,000 euro of GDP. And as you can see, in Poland, we need over 200 kilograms of equivalent oil. And comparing this with, for example, Germany, this country needs only 111 kilograms. So there is a big potential to make our economy more energy saving. And that's why we make some research concerning energy efficiency in households. Quick look at literature review. Here you can see some findings concerning literature, and based on our research, literature is very complex. For example, Sadorski 2012 made research that say that 1% increase in the number of internet users increases electricity consumption per capita to 0.1. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Oh, yes. 0.1%. So there is positive, according to Sadorski, that there is positive relation between ICT and energy consumption. The similar study was done by Afzal and Goff in 2016. The study was done by on the models on the panel data models for 11 emerging countries in 1990, 2014. And there is also stated positive relation between ICT and energy consumption. But on the other hand, for example, Ishida 2015 say that investment in ICT are expected to reduce overall energy consumption in Japan. And also some research that shows negative relation between ICT and energy consumption made Schulte 2016. Service sector in OECD countries obtain results showing that 1% increase in ICT capital reduces energy demand by 0.235%. So as you can see, these results are rather complex, and there is no single trend. Our research was based on the same survey that Michał was talking about. Here is a brief characteristic of respondents, but we don't have enough time to say exactly what in more details about these respondents. We used CATI methods, and there was 1,009 respondents altogether, and a few assumptions concerning, for example, solutions to reduce heat consumption in Polish households. In Polish households, the most popular ICT solution was thermostat on radiators. They had over 47% of our respondents have such solutions. Also insulating building walls and room temperature and time control. There were most popular solutions to reduce heat consumption. But we also asked about solutions to reduce electricity consumption, and as you can see, very popular are LED light bulbs and also energy-saving household appliances. What is rather obvious, less popular are lightning time switches, meters on electric sockets calculating electricity consumptions, and smart meters that shows energy consumptions at certain times. We were also asking about the attitude to use new energy-saving technologies, and the attitude is rather good. As you can see, 28% respondents plan to implement new solutions, new ICT solutions in near future. 21% want to use it but can't afford it. 18% have it and use it, and only 4% of our respondents is not going to use new energy-saving technologies. Based on this research, based on this survey, we created in the first part of our research a correlation matrix, and we checked what is the correlation between each answers for each questions. As you can see, we had questions concerning heating, electricity, and also air purification. So our survey had more extent and were concerning different topics. And based on this correlation analysis, we created two profiles of our respondents. First profile is ICT skeptics. So these are the people who do not use thermal energy saving solutions and also do not use electricity saving solutions. Altogether, there were 27 respondents who do not use both solutions. And on the charts below, you can see the profile of these people. Mostly they are quite young, yes, because they are from 25 to 54 years old mostly. They are quite good educated, and they live mostly, I forget, yes, and they live mostly in buildings that were put into use before 1980s. And on the other side, we also create a profile of gadgeteers. So there were respondents who use home dust meters and also use smart meter that shows energy consumption at certain times. Meters, they also use the meters on the electric socket calculating electricity consumption, and also use lighting time switches. Altogether, there were 38 respondents who use all of these devices. And as you can see on the profile, they are mostly rather young, and they are mostly rather good educated, better educated than ICT skeptics. And what is most important, they live in houses that were put into use after 2000. So this was first part of our research. The second part of our research was stochastic frontal analysis, and their data set is composed of 814 observations. We reduced some observations that were not that the quality was not enough, and this stochastic frontal analysis was in order to assess the efficiency of electric energy consumption of these homeowners, and model was based on the cost function. Dependent was the total monthly expenses of electricity. We picked some categories that were determinants of justified costs, so-called frontier regressors, and indeed this was home size given in square meters, number of people living in households, average monthly expenses, age of house, age of respondents, education level of respondent, and total cost of heating in previous year. There were also dummy variables in this frontier: electric heating, conventional heating, heat pump, and sun collectors. And as far as estimation results are concerned, you can see that the more residents in the household, the higher is the cost. This is quite obvious result, but confirms the correctness of calculations. higher bills for heating correspondent with higher cost of electricity. Conventional heating drives down the overall cost of electric energy consumption. The older, quite important result, the older the owner, the lower is the cost. So probably the older users have different habits and they use less energy, electric energy. Respondents with higher education pay less, and old houses use up more electric energy. So there were the estimation results based on stochastic frontier analysis, the second part of our research. And a few words about summary and policy implication. First, the attitude to use new technologies is at least as important as age of education. ICT skeptics and gadgeters paid for electricity the same. So we didn't find any significant relation between ICT and ICT saturation and paying for energy, electric energy. The third summary, maybe rather policy implication, public policies is encouraging to use of new energy saving policy technologies should target owners for houses built at least 20 years ago. And energy awareness literacy is probably an important factor in the use of new technologies. This is to be checked in further research. And at the end, this is rather kind of dependency graph where on the vertical axis you have increase in energy consumption. On the horizontal graph is increase in ICT equipment saturation. And we created some curve that shows some based on literature review and based on our research, this curve shows the dependency between both data, and according to our research, emerging countries, that you can see on the left part of this chart, they have characteristic that increase in energy consumption, also increase in ICT equipment saturation. Poland is somewhere in the middle, because we didn't find any significant relation between ICT and energy consumption. So probably Poland is just on the top of this curve. And on the right side of this curve, you can see developed countries where increase in ICT equipment saturation probably increase in decrease the energy consumption. Yeah, so this is rather our thesis, just to prove in next research, but this is final assumption from our research. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much for your time. And our first speaker will be Paweł. The microphone.
Okay, good morning everyone. Today I will present the results of our... One, two, three. Hello. Okay. Today I will present the results of our research conducted together with Professor Łukasz Mamica and Anna Gomola. At the presentation you can see how we formulated the title of our presentation. which is the effectiveness of nudge as a tools for shaping behavior that minimize energy consumption. And we believe that households have a lot of potential to reduce energy consumption, and this should be used in the fight against climate change. To confirm this, I will provide some data. And statistics says that in developed countries, share of resident sector is total energy consumption is 20% and directly, and 75% indirectly. And addition GHG emission is 25%. What is important for Polish policymakers? Polish households consume 87% of the coal burned in European Union households. And on the picture you can see that European households use the most energy for space and water heating. Heating of water and space represents 78% of the total energy consumption by households. Lighting represent 14.5% and cooking 6% of the total energy consumed. Okay. And also important information is that United States Energy Information Administration projects nearly 50% increase in world energy usage by 2050. And on the other hand, Polish Ministry of Climate and Environment present report about Polish energy politics to 2040. And the most important information for and and I say that on the other hand, Polish Ministry of Climate and Environment present report about Polish energy policy to 2040, and the most important information customer is that projected systematic increase in electricity price in Poland for household services and industry. On the chart, you can see carbon intensity of electricity in Poland on the top, world on the middle, and European Union. And in Poland, the production of the 1 kilowatt hours electricity generates 725 grams of carbon dioxide, and where the value of this indicator for the world is 447 grams, and for European Union is only 260 grams. On the chart we can see that the scale of the coal problem in Poland, and which is confirmed when we look at electricity generation by source, where 74% of the electricity produced per capita in Poland comes from burning coal. In the European Union, it's only 15%, and in world 36%. And now I will try explain quickly a nudge theory, which we use in our research. Libertarian materialism is based on the fact that people are cognitively limited and do not always make good choices. And the main idea behind this concept is to try to influence people's behavior to make their lives longer, better, and healthier, but leaving people free to choose. And the choice architects can be, for example, private companies, public institution, or government, but not only, of course. By definition, A nudge is an aspects of the choice architecture that change people behavior in a predictable way without forbidding any options or significantly changing their economic incentives. And this means that nudge, first of all, shortens the true process and reducing cognitive cost. The second and most important, I think, cannot be based on forcing and prohibition of undesirable actions, and should leave individuals' choice. And the last one, and maybe determine the effectiveness of nudge in socially desirable behavior, the recipient is to see the potential benefits for himself. And why can a nudge be a good tool to improve household energy behavior? But of course, not only energy behavior. First of all, skillful use can effectively influence the imagination of recipients. Moreover, the aim to influence people's decision without eliminating other options or appreciably choosing their relative cost. What is important, nudge can shift choices in socially desirable directions. And the last one, benefit of using the approach is that it is no compulsory and doesn't require additional financial incentives or incentives. Sorry. And moving on to our research, it seems that by learning good habits on units level, we can lower our energy consumption and our emission. And I can say that we check it in our research. We check at whether the energetic behavior of the experimental group improve or not after using nudge, and in which category there was a positive change. According to our knowledge, this study extends the research achievements to date by the effectiveness of nudge in reducing energy consumption among households for Central and Eastern Europe. It's also important that in our research we don't test the appearance of illustration. Illustration are nudge in our research, and we also do not check whether the illustrations are more effective than other forms of communication. And we use in the experiment illustration prepared by a professional graphic designer, especially for the purpose of the study. Illustration showing positive and negative behaviors regarding the principles of energy savings using two characters. And during 3 months, a group of participants receiving nudge receive 10 regular intervals consisting of a drawing and some tips for the related energy savings behavior. And now I will quickly show you examples of our nudge. The illustration show the behaviors and tips for example, heating behavior. You see, heating behavior, ironing behavior, and lighting behavior, behavior in the field of charges and devices powered by them, cooking behavior, behavior in monitoring electricity savings and the use of energy savings devices. And now about research experiment. In our research, we were interested in a household that didn't have photovoltaic panels. The nudge group and the control group had to complete 2 questionnaires, one before the experiment and one after the experiment. Both complete questionnaires were sent back to us by 38 households in the nudge group and 43 in the control group. And individual responses were assigned a point scale from 0 energy inefficient treatment to 4 most energy efficient treatment. And here we see a summary of points before and after receiving nudge. Summing up the results of the whole group, we can say that behavior has improved in terms heating, ironing, lighting, charges, and monitoring electricity savings. It can be said that residents of single-family houses and men more often improved their behavior than the residents of flat and women. But we are in the process of research, and it may turn out that, for example, the residents of flats and women had better habits before receiving nudge than residents of single-family houses and men. All participants were asked to read the electricity meter twice at 3 months interval, and to confirm the measurement, additionally a meter reading photo. In households that didn't receive nudge, energy consumption amounted to an average of 2.92 kilowatt hours per person per day, while in group which received nudge only 2.35 kilowatts per person per day. And I think this is the most important information in our research, that the level of electricity consumption fell by 18.5%. What is also important, the difference between in energy efficient behaviors 2 stage of the experiment is statistically significant. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, please contact us by email or after this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now it's the time for the last presentation before the short discussion and the break. So, Paweł. No, now your presentation.
Technical problems with my presentation. Probably I have to stay behind the table. Should it work? Hello? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'd like to present the results of research concerning energy literacy as a premise of public intervention and analysis, which was based on the research concerning students of QE, our university. The main problem, the main topic is aspect of energy literacy. It's a paper which was prepared with co-authorship with Professor Makiela and Professor Łukasz Mamica. Should I put this? Okay, good. So the main points of the presentation, it's to approach research context and conceptualization of a research problem, literature on energy literature, sources of research data, methods of analysis, researches of analysis, and conclusions. Okay. The point of departure was the research context, and there are some key aspects of our interest of energy literacy problem. It's the importance of energy issues of 21st century, energy crisis and ecological climate crisis, the size of citizen share in energy consumption. For example, people as citizens, as householders, consume directly 20% of energy and indirectly even 75%. When we take under regard all behaviors concerning consumption, transportation, food, etc., etc. And GHG emissions, greenhouse emissions, accounts for 25% of residential sector. The case of Poland is interesting, and that's why we concentrate here on students in Krakow. Here in Poland, we have a domination of coal in production of energy. Electric energy, for example, in 72% is produced from coal. So it's the highest rate in Europe, and I think in developed countries. The majority of single-family houses are fired by solid fuels, mainly, above half of them is coal also. Poland accounts for 87% of total coal consumption for heating purposes in EU. So you can see the scale of the problem. And Krakow is the first city in Poland with total ban on using solid fuels for heating purposes. The ban was introduced in September 2019. The point of departure is to approach the concept of energy literacy, because usually people, when hear this term, connect it to awareness. It's not exactly awareness, it's much more. It's a way of behaving, way of attaining some goals connecting to energy consumption and with regard to ecological aspects. We can define energy literacy as a general predisposition and a competence for engaging in desirable behavior in the area of energy consumption, taking under regard questions efficiency, frugality, care for environment. Energy literacy applies to a person who is aware of his or her energy use in daily life, understands the impacts of energy production and consumption, acknowledges the need to conserve energy and develop renewable sources, tries to make coherent personal decisions. I think this should help us to understand what the term energy literacy denotes. There's a general assumption behind this concept that knowledge is delivered to people is the most important factor which via attitudes results in desired behaviors. So we have here component of knowledge, then attitudes, and at the end, the desired behavior. So we can distinguish broad content of knowledge and effective, as well as effective and behavioral characteristics of energy literacy. Generally, we can discern following seminal paper of De Waters and Powers, 3 main components of energy literacy. These are cognitive, such as knowledge, understanding, skills, as far as energy is concerned. Then affective component, sensitivity, attitudes, first of all, attitudes, and behavioral, which comprises intentions, involvement, action. So we can analyze this concept using these 3 main components, but we in our research also discern some subcategories in each component related to renewables and to ecological aspects. So we have knowledge, general knowledge concerning energy, and also knowledge concerning renewables and knowledge concerning ecological aspects. It's the same as far as the second and the third component is concerned. We also made thorough literature studies and discern some main topics which are in the literature concerning energy literacy. These are, first of all, relation between or among these components, the basic topic, followed by some more specific aspects of gender, energy poverty, households, residents, students, pupils, and financial literacy. Our research questions were the following: what is the degree of energy literacy among economics students of our university in terms of behavior, attitude, and self-efficacy? What factors contribute to the set of students' energy literacy? What policy recommendation one may formulate as a consequence of these findings? The source of the data was internet survey with 31 specific questions. We have more than 900 respondents, which were students of our university. As far as research structure is concerned, there was an analysis of state-of-the-art, literature review, discussion of materials, methods, data, presentation and finding, discussion, and conclusions concerning policy implementation. As far as some statistical aspects, in the first we made statistical characteristics of our students. We discern these components, basic and subcomponents, and what are the characteristics of our students was the main question. We can see here that the component of knowledge is relatively low as far as energy aspects is concerned, and there is a difference between these subcategories of knowledge. So the main question is why our students have relatively low knowledge concerning energy questions. As far as statistical analysis is concerned, we in first made Wilcoxon test to identify statistical significant factors which differentiated these components. It turns out there are 3 factors which differentiate our with this component. It's a gender, it's moving out from family home, and poverty, energy poverty. This characteristic differentiate in a statistical significant manner our components. The next our analysis was a regression. We research correlations, links between these components. You can see here that component of attitude is most connected between subcategories, but we can also see here that knowledge is relatively low connected with other components. We also prepared analysis of regression to find out what is the impact of the discern components and subcomponents on students' behavior. You can see here that the most important is self-assessment, followed by attitude. There is no knowledge on the list, which is against the basic assumption of energy literacy concept. As far as results, we made many findings concerning these components, concerning knowledge, attitudes, behavior, and self-efficacy. Because of a lack of time, I don't want to present this in detail. It will be in my presentation. And the main findings I would like to present here in 1 minute. The students surveyed achieved remarkably lower scores in energy-related knowledge in comparison with remaining energy literacy components. The level of knowledge of energy was found to be unrelated to the other aspect of energy literacy, which is against the basic assumption, as I said. Self-efficacy was found to be most important factor influencing students' behavior, followed by attitude. Gender, living away from home, and the duration of student and the experience of energy poverty were found to be the primary determinants of energy literacy. I think for this time it's enough. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now we have a small amount of time for the discussion, so we would like to give the comments or questions to any of the presented students. Okay.
I have a question for this Pavel here. Thanks very much for your presentation. One thing that would interest me is, I presume the students are renting where they live. They don't own. What would be really interesting would be to see what the differences are between their knowledge, attitudes, and behavior, and the knowledge, attitudes, and behavior of similar people or other people who actually own the property that they live in. I'm wondering whether that kind of socio-technical aspect would make any difference.
As I understand, your question is about technical questions concerning having, living in the house, yes?
Yeah, yeah. If you rent the place you're living, the students rent the accommodation area. And you don't own it. Whether that affects your knowledge, behavior, and attitude compared to someone who actually owns
Yes, we decided that is a factor which influences the behavior of the students. And the second question, the question concerned with your with this aspect is this: students usually pay from their own pocket, so they work for the rent, and that's why we thought they are more aware and more conscious and more, as a consequence, more energy literate than the others who don't rent the flats. I think this this maybe Professor Łukasz or Professor Rebecca have something to add to this question.
Difference in behavior, yeah, this, when you rent or when you are the owner. But the owner was also a different, because the students, if they are the owner, they usually live with parents. So it's also a different story, because they are not directly responsible for payment for it. So it's not so obvious. Okay. Any other comments or questions to papers? Okay, I know that we have the time pressure, so now we make the 10 minutes break, so 5 minutes from this session, and we start after the 10 minutes, the last session before the lunch. Okay, thank you. And for presenters who will present later, please upload your presentations in the system.
So we can start the third part of our conference. So our first speaker for now is Renata Wruber-Rotter from Krakow University of Economics. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you a lot. I try to be quick. The topic is generally concerns the empirical aspects of assessing energy insecurity. This was my question at the beginning, because it's strictly related to energy poverty. And me and my colleague Monika Mazur-Bubak decided to use the data from the questionnaires, which was conducted in Poland. It is like about 1,000 questionnaires. Almost 1.5 years ago, so the prices are a bit different. But anyway, our question and the starting point was like that. We have a lot of methods for assessing energy poverty. Energy poverty is not really what should be investigated in such high income countries like in Poland. We try to introduce also the behavior component, which all constitute energy insecurity. That was the main line of our research. Some definitions: energy poverty versus energy insecurity. Energy poverty, many definitions. Generally, this is an ability of households to adequately meet their basic energy needs. This is generally related to financial problems. Energy poverty is exactly what Professor Gavin was talking at the beginning of the conference. A concept which is closely related to this is like hidden energy poverty. A situation when a household has abnormally low energy expenditures. And it is hidden because people can't simply pay more for electricity, and it's very hard to assess, empirically assess the scale of hidden energy. And the concept which we adapted is energy insecurity. This is a multidimensional concept that describes interplay between physical conditions of housing, households' energy expenditure, and energy-related coping strategies. The last part, the last component, which somehow enlarges the concept of energy poverty into the concept of energy security, is the hardest to assess. Because if you have a sample of households, how to measure how quickly they switch off the light, how they reduce heating, is very, very hard to describe it and to measure it. Research was based on concept of Diana Fernandez, which she emphasized the strong connection between different dimensions. She thinks about 3 dimensions of energy insecurity, like behavioral, physical, and economic. And those those dimensions affect people actually living. Their research was based on huge and direct investigation of families. People simply visited houses, talked to owners, and noted the problems they had. This concept in the past was derived from drinking water problems. The newest definition of energy security is the lack to access of adequate, affordable, reliable, acceptable, and clean energy sources for healthy and sustainable livelihood. Of course, all this words like adequate, affordable, reliable, acceptable, they described the daily problems the household has with energy. Of course, all kinds of energy, from heating to cooking, hot water, electricity. How to measure energy poverty, energy insecurity? We have a lot of objective measures, like this 10% methodology or low income, high cost. All of them are somehow arbitrary. We decide 10% if a household's expenditure is on energy is larger than 10% of their budget, it means that it is energy poverty. It is in energy poverty. All of them are arbitrary. And those measures do not capture a variety of risk strategies people use to reduce bills, such as underheating houses, burning waste, to maintain acceptable temperature at houses. And the problem is how to measure the scale of energy insecurity, and can we look at different dimensions of energy insecurity. According to the methodology proposed by Hernandez, we took 3 dimensions: economic dimension, physical dimension of energy insecurity, and behavioral dimension. Economic dimension is quite obvious, concerning the living condition, financial resources. We also include here aspects of clean energy or transitional problems. Physical dimension, I think, is the obvious one. It measures the quality of buildings, infrastructure, physical access to energy, including transformation towards clean energy. And the most problematic to measure, behavioral dimension, recognize decision-making strategies when economic dimension and physical dimensions are present, and their consequences of health, social, and environmental problems caused by energy shortage, energy disruption. Of course, the behavioral, at the beginning, we thought that the behavioral dimension is present only when a household is in economic and physical dimension, energy insecurity. It's not quite like that, according to the empirical research. And of course, one word about the data. We have the data on households, which has for central heating other sources than district central heating. So we excluded all those houses. They have heating from these electric power stations. So they rely on their own heating, like coal, electricity, oil, gas, and etc. wood. And all this, each of this dimension was considered on 3 levels. Full energy security, that means low intensity of energy insecurity or in absence, disturbed energy security, and jeopardized energy security. We can think of such a low intensity, medium, or high intensity of energy insecurity. And we used something like 50 questions from the questionnaires. We put numbers to specific answers. There was a lot of work with them. All these questions we divided into 3 groups. Those questions in the questionnaire that were connected with the economic dimension of energy insecurity. There were questions concerning the present level, sorry, not income, but rather expenses. This somehow we weren't aware that we somehow related to this concept that we think of a budget after tax, all these credits, everything. That's why we ask about expenses, not the income, because income can be huge and expenses can be low because of some other reasons. Spending per capita, ability to provide heating and hot water, subjective estimate of monthly expenditure on home upkeep. For example, if somebody answered that it is low, we put him to the first level. With answer average, we put it to the second level, like disturbed energy insecurity. And if the answer was too high, we put it to the jeopardized level. So it means that the energy security is high. So we have such a 3-grade scaling. Other questions there were about savings, ability to upgrade heating system, and we had such a bit hidden way of getting information if a household is able to finance some additional, let's say, upgrading the heating system. We simply ask about which level of subsidy to the renovation is enough to a person to change the central heating. Because if we ask somebody how much of savings do you have, nobody would answer. But if we said questions like that, we pay such amount of money, when you, in that case, will you exchange or upgrade the heating? And there were questions, and according to these questions, we built the measure of economic dimension. In the same way, we grouped questions about the technical conditions, so physical dimension of energy insecurity. And there was many questions about energy sources, thermal insulation, if somebody has draughty windows or door, house age, heating system, and there was a list of questions about home equipment, if it is old or efficient or not, etc. This kind of questions, the answer to these questions built quite a reliable assessment of energy insecurity in physical dimension. And the last one was behavioral dimension. And it was a bit surprising for me because you have a list of questions to which households use the energy saving strategies. And it turned out that those were questions about daily habits, such turning off unnecessary light, temporarily turning down heating, dressing warm and indoors, encourage others to save energy, etc. And when putting together all these answers, it turned out that these energy saving strategies are very, very heavily used in Poland. This was a bit surprising. Even people who had quite a large level of expenditure, so they shouldn't be poor, use these energy-saving strategies. And this was surprising because now, if the energy prices are very high, according to this review, there is no place to highly reduce the electricity consumption, according to this investigation. And this part also included questions, open questions about implication of problems about living conditions such as impact on health, education, to get information about strategies those who are in energy insecurity. And now, we group it, totally we have 920 observations. And this is the histogram of the percentage for the value of this energy insecurity coefficient. It means, for example, this 47 number means that in physical dimension, 37% of all these people, houses, the index was between 2.2 and 2.4. Generally, the scale is from 1 to 3. 3 means high intensity of energy insecurity, 2 means disturbed, and 1 means that they are secure. And what is very visible? Economic, this green one, this is economic dimension, the physical dimension, and the behavioral dimension. This mass of histogram is concentrated above around 3. It means that most of people, like 43%, and here like more than 60% of investigated people use strategies that for energy savings. And of course, many people, like half of people, are disturbed in the sense of physical dimension of energy security. This indicates huge problems with technical conditions of the houses. And the same calculation was repeated for coal heating houses, those people who declared that they use coal. And here we have also problem, the houses are in even worse condition, physical condition than all respondents. The behavior is more or less the same, they save energy. And this is the histogram of low expenditure house owners. Those people who have low expenditure are also declared that the cost of living are very, very high for them. It is a real burden for them to pay for electricity. And what is interesting, the house condition, technical condition is even worse than those previously seen, but they, what is strange here, they don't use so much energy saving strategies. Probably this is because they don't have money to buy I don't know, modern bulbs or electronic systems, etc. Of course, we investigated more subgroups like gas users, etc. I will not present the results. Important findings. That was surprising. Energy insecurity in Poland exists and is relatively high among single-family house owners, most due to the heating expenses. All this methodology, when we propose this purely empirical approach, gave us a lot of information directly from the houses about the degree of energy insecurity and about the degree of daily life. What else? When I decided to calculate one measure of energy insecurity in each dimension, I end up with 70%. This is third quartile. This is absolutely arbitrary, somehow to compare it with this objective measure. And when it comes to transformation, approximately 1 million single-family houses had difficulty in providing adequate heating. And what was surprising, the questionnaire revealed that people use dangerous strategies to cope with energy insecurity. And we had answers like heating one room, problem with hot water, putting blankets on windows, problem with repairs, etc. And it is somehow contradicts all these nice stats numbers when they say that, okay, there is no energy poverty in Poland or there is low. And of course, owners of approximately 2 million houses coal-heated practically are not able to upgrade the system. So in case of transformation, all this data suggests that the transformation to clean energy will be very, very difficult. And one more thing, the data is 1.5 years before. We also, using econometric model, will check which characteristic of a household has a different and most significant impact of energy insecurity. Do you think I have time to say it? But anyway, women have higher levels of energy insecure across all three dimensions. That means the woman usually looks after house and worries about expenses. Area, of course, age, gender, recognition, background, etc. Okay, more or less, this is our investigation. So the main idea was to use information directly from houses, from the questionnaires. And if it is objective or subjective, rather subjective attitude according to the energy poverty. So in this case, subjective attitude to energy insecurity. But anyway, this is directly from houses. Thanks a lot.
So thank you, Renata. You will have a possibility to ask questions at the end of our session. So our next presenter is Gamze Daniel. So please, Gamze, the floor is yours.
Okay, today I'm going to present the energy transition in Turkey, and today's agenda will include several subjects in this context. First of all, I'll try to explain why do we need energy transition, especially in those countries which are traditionally based on conventional energy sources. Secondly, I will discuss how to create structural change in these countries. Then I will analyze the renewable energy policy in Turkey, and I will try to analyze it in the historical dimension from its beginning until its current form. Then we will move on to the financial support mechanisms in Turkey, because we believe that the new renewable energy investments could be made available only through some governmental financial support mechanisms. I will explain the reasons why, and I will analyze these mechanisms briefly. Then we will look at the policy implementation to study what are the actual operationalization of these policy objectives and these mechanisms. Finally, if we have time, we will briefly analyze the sectoral targets and if Turkey achieved to meet these targets in year 2020. Okay, so let's make a brief introduction to this subject. Why do we need energy transition? Okay, in the post-COVID-19 period, and together with the impact of the war between Ukraine and Russia, most countries and societies faced energy supply insecurity and price involatility problems. The conventional energy sources also have other problems like environmental degradation, air pollution, and global warming problems. So, to prevent these negative effects on environment, economy, and society, the governments focus on the ways of reducing fossil fuel use and increasing the share of renewable energies. The renewable energy sources have many advantages over the conventional fossil fuels, being environmentally friendly, being inexpensive, unlimited, and also they contribute to other sectoral goals as well, such as developing the related manufacturing sector for the equipments, for the staff, and also creating new jobs for the society, and therefore increasing the income levels of the individual households. However, it's not easy to realize this energy transition so quickly in some countries, and especially in those countries that are traditionally dependent on conventional energy sources. This problematic is more serious. These countries find it more complicated to realize this energy transition because this implies major changes in their existing energy structures. Turkey is one of such examples with its dependence on important fossil fuel-based energy sources. So I would like to make a brief analysis of the energy problems in Turkey. The first problem is the increased demand for energy. When we look at the sectoral statistics, Turkey's energy demand has increased across all sectors since 2001 because of the increased economic growth and the increased population. If you look at the sectoral data, we will see that in only a decade from 2008 until 2018, energy consumption in transport increased by 86%. In industry, it increased by 60%. As you can see, these are huge increases in terms of energy demand. Secondly, we find the problem of import dependency in the energy sector. Turkish economy is heavily dependent on energy imports, mostly from the neighboring countries. Turkey imports oil from Iran, Russia, and Saudi Arabia, and the natural gas is completely imported from other neighboring countries, Russia, Iran, and Azerbaijan. So unfortunately, Turkey is dependent on these imported energy sources heavily, and this limits the choices of economic, political, and foreign policies of the country. The third big problem of energy policy in Turkey is the high ratio of fossil fuels. When we study the statistics, the sectoral statistics, we will see that fossil fuels still dominate the total primary energy supply in Turkey, and their share is around 90% since 2000s. In the most recent statistics in 2019, the share of fossil fuels in the total primary energy supply was 83%, and as you can see, this is a huge share of fossil fuels. Finally, we have the last problem of inadequate use of the renewable energy potential. The research shows us that Turkey has adequate sources of solar power and geothermal energy. However, these sources are inadequately used due to the high taxes, due to the risks and costs associated with the new investments and inadequate market conditions, and also due to the inadequate private sector participation into the renewable energy investments. Okay, so it is apparent that Turkey needs energy transition. So diversifying Turkey's energy mix and achieving energy transition are the immediate policy goals in Turkey. And in all governmental papers and strategy reports, Turkey prioritizes the energy transition from carbon-based fuels towards renewable energy sources. Okay, so after this brief introduction, I want to move on to the first part of my research, which is the state energy policy in Turkey. Okay, so I prepared a growth stage timeline for the energy policy in Turkey. And in this growth stage timeline, it will be possible for us to analyze the development of the renewable energy policy. So it starts in 2001 with the electricity market law, which established the basis of the renewable electricity production. Also, the Energy Market Regulatory Authority was established in 2001. In 2011, we find the amendment of the Renewable Energy Law, and this amendment provided the feed-in tariffs for the renewable energies. The important assertion of this law is that the feed-in tariffs were provided for each technology of renewable energies, and their levels were calculated accordingly for each technology. Also, local content support was provided with this amendment, with this amended law, and land usage fee incentive was also introduced. I will explain these incentives briefly in the coming slides. Okay, in 2013, we find the new electricity market law, and this law is important because it changed the electricity market system and it included amendments to the license types. It is also important because it increased the maximum installed capacity for the unlicensed generation of renewable electricity. The law also asserted exemptions and discounts in land use rights. In 2016, we find the first tenders announcement. And after 2016, the system moved into the big tenders of the new renewable energy investments. In 2017, we find the first wind and solar power tenders completed, and big investment projects were established with these tenders. In 2019, we find the introduction of the new unlicensed generation regulation and the second tender, wind power plants tender, completed. In 2020, we find the announcement of the new mini tenders for the solar power plants, and also we find the announcement of the green tariff. Finally, in 2021, we find the new mini tenders for solar power plants completed, and also new mini tenders for wind power plants and solar power plants were also announced. Okay, after this brief analysis of the growth of the Turkish policy, we can see that the strategic plan for 2019 and 2023 revolves around 7 main strategic goals, and the energy transition and the increase of the renewable energy sources and prioritization and increase of the energy efficiency are one of these strategic goals. So this analysis shows us that Turkish government prioritizes the energy transition, and the current legal framework includes the relevant laws, regulations, and strategic goals to make this energy transition possible and operationalized. Okay, let's look at the financial incentives very briefly. We have the feed-in tariff system, which is available since 2005, and the feed-in tariffs are valid for 10 years, starting from the operation of the renewable energy facility. We also have the local equipment support, which is offered for those facilities which have 55% of ratio of local equipment and machinery. It is available since 2010, and it is available for 5 years of operation. The other financial incentives are the land usage fee incentive, which provides the discount or exemption of the permission, lease, or the usage right fees for the renewable energy facilities. We have the system usage fee incentive, transmission system usage fee incentive, and finally we have the investment incentives. Okay, due to the lack of time, I will not analyze these incentives one by one, but I want to talk about the regional incentives, which are quite important in this context. Okay, so the new program allocates different renewable energy zones, investment zones in Turkey, depending on the development level of these regions. So in this program, Turkey is separated into 6 regions, and the first 3 zones represent the most developed regions, and the last 3 zones are the less developed zones in Turkey. So developed regions are given fewer support options, whereas the less developed regions are given more support mechanisms. So, based on this allocation of different renewable energy investment zones, we offer different investment incentives. The general investment incentives include the customs duty exemption and the VAT exemption, whereas the regional investment incentives include the customs duty exemption, VAT exemption, corporate tax reduction, social security premium support, land allocation, and interest rate support. As you can see, there are also different frameworks of investment incentives based on the development level of that region. Now I will show you the simulation of the incentives for renewable energies just to picture how it will look like. Okay, so in the general investments category, consider the investment amount of 80 million Turkish lira. 60 million Turkish lira is provided for the imported equipment, and 20 million Turkish lira will used for the domestic equipment. And in this context, the incentives would be, the VAT exemption will be more than 14 million lira, and the customs duty exemption will be more than 100 Turkish lira. So the total support will be around 20% of the total investment. So this is the general investments category, but if you look at the regional investments, we can see that total support rate is over 52% of the whole investment. Because in this category, we have the VAT exemption, customs duty exemption, corporate tax reduction, social security premium support, and interest rate support. So if we calculate all these incentives over 100 million investment plan, so 52 million Turkish lira comes from the governmental support for this investment. Okay, so this analysis showed us that Turkish government prioritizes the energy transition policy, and the legal framework and the financial mechanisms are set properly with the aim of realizing the increase of the share of renewable energies. So we can move on to the second part, which is the policy implementation in Turkey. Okay, if you look at the statistical figures, we can see the increase in the energy demand from 2001 until 2020. So in the last 2 decades, as you can see, the energy demand increased from 127 terawatt hours to 305 terawatt hours, and this is also parallel to the increase of the average gross domestic product. Okay, if we look at the installed capacity by energy sources, we can see the dominance of coal and natural gas, but also we can see the increase in the renewable energies. Hydro energy is the biggest source of renewable energy in Turkey, and we can see the development of hydro energy, continuing development of the hydro energy in this time. If you look at the investments, we can see that in the last decade, we can see the new installation capacity of hydropower, wind power, and solar power. And as you can see, starting from 2016 onwards, because of the big tenders for the wind power and the solar power, we can see the huge increases in the new installations of the wind power and solar power capacities. Okay, so if you look at increase in the renewable energy capacity in the last decade, in terms of renewable energy technologies, we can see the dominance of the hydropower. Hydropower in Turkey is the largest source of renewable electricity, and it accounts almost 30% of the total electricity generation. However, the availability of hydropower depends on the hydrological conditions, and due to the extreme weather conditions, the hydropower can decrease or increase in certain years. Wind power is the second largest source of renewable electricity in Turkey because it is supported by the feed-in tariff system. And as you can see, wind power also seen an impressive growth in the last decade, and it increased from 1.5 terawatt hours in 2009 to 21.8 terawatt hours in 2019. So as you can see, this is a dramatic increase in the wind power. Solar power generation has also increased rapidly from 3.7 terawatt hours in 2017 to 10.6 terawatt hours in 2018. So this is an impressive growth, over 100% in 2 years' time. Okay, so if you look at the forecasts for electricity generation in Turkey, we can see that in 2020, 20% of the electricity generation came from coal, and 25% of the electricity generation came from natural gas. If you look at the renewables, we can see 31% comes from hydro energy, 8% comes from wind energy, 6% from solar energy, and 3% from other renewables. And the forecast tell us that in 2024, these shares of renewable energy will increase even more. Due to the time pressure, I will be quite quick and brief in my analysis. Okay, now I'd like to talk about my empirical research. Based on this data, I analyzed certain hypotheses about the impact of financial incentives over the deployment of renewable energies in Turkey. Here, my research hypotheses were that, first of all, new participants in the renewable energy support scheme and the new investments positively impacted on the increase in renewable electricity capacity. The second hypothesis was that renewable energy sources, financial incentives positively impacted on the overall renewable energy capacity. And final hypothesis was that renewable energy sources, financial incentives positively impacted on the share of renewable energy capacity in the country. So I used the when I analyzed the sectoral data for these indicators, and when I made the correlation analysis for these indicators, I found positive correlations for all these hypotheses. So my research results show that within the study period from 2014 until 2020, state financial support for the renewable energies increased the renewable energy capacity and generation in Turkey, and the impact of financial incentives and the impact of the proper legal framework for the renewable energies in Turkey caused or gave way to increased share of renewable energy sources. Okay, I will skip this third part. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, so thank you, Gamze. In the schedule, our next speaker is Mariusz Ruschel, but from what I see, Mariusz Ruschel is probably absent, so I don't know, Łukasz probably will move to the next presenter, yeah? So the next speaker is Bartosz Sobik, so please, Bartosz, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Bartosz Sobik. Thank you for inviting me for this conference. In my presentation, I would like to concentrate on the issues related to the energy transition in Central and Eastern Europe and Poland. And particularly, I want to concentrate on the issues related with the economy, energy security, and of course, current energy and geopolitical crisis. So there is no one clear definition of energy transition, but in the literature we have some concept called energy trilemma. Energy trilemma informs us about three main pillars of energy transition, and energy transition consists on energy security issues, economy issues, and environment and climate issues. And in my presentation, I would like to try to provide you this information that energy transition consists of these three main pillars. So the question is why energy transition in the Central and Eastern Europe is a crucial challenge. First of all, there is a problem of two-speed Europe, let's say two-speed Europe. It's caused also by the historical situations related with the history in the 20th century. And also the countries from this region are mostly emerging markets with the worse financial capacity. It's a kind of constraint for new investments in such sector like energy. What's more, we have in this region of Europe more difficult geographical conditions in terms of development of renewable sources of energy, particularly for photovoltaics. So on this graph, on this slide, I would like to present energy mixes from the different countries from Central and Eastern Europe. Germany is kind of a reference point for a country which is very advanced in energy transition. So let's begin from Germany. We have in Germany about 40% installed capacity in renewables, 15% in gas, nuclear. It's for the 2021, it's 12%, and the coal, it's 29%. It's a pretty diversified energy mix. Let's compare it to the countries like Poland and Czechia. In Poland, we have 70% of installed capacity from coal, only 10% gas and 17% installed capacity in renewables. In Czechia, we have 40% of coal and 37% of nuclear power plants, only 9% of gas and 13% renewables, and Slovakia, which is basing mostly on the nuclear power plants, 53% of nuclear power plants. Let's move further to other countries. Bulgaria has quite diversified energy mix between nuclear and coal. Romania, most part of energy mix is renewables, it's 45%. Hungary, 45% nuclear, 27% gas, and very interesting case of Lithuania, it's 61% of renewables and 33% of gas, no nuclear, no coal power plants. Every single country has its own energy policy, his own conditions to develop given energy sources, and there is no clear pattern to just say that every single country from such region has similar energy mixes. But the worst situation in these countries, in this region, is in Poland, unfortunately, because we have almost 80% of electricity production from coal. This is something different like installed capacity, because in installed capacity we had 17% of renewables energy, but the electricity production from renewables is only 11% due to the capacity factor. So almost 80% is from coal in Poland. Our energy mix is not diversified. What's more, there is lack of nuclear energy, and that's clearly high exposure to on a climate risk. We have in Poland is a pretty rapid growth of photovoltaics, as it was mentioned today before. Our installed capacity on June was over 10 gigawatts, but due to constraints on the grid, transmission and distribution, there is a problem to develop photovoltaics more due to the risk of not possibilities of getting such energy in the grid. The risk of the decarbonization and the exposure to the climate risks, it's great presented on this graph, which presents energy mixes of the largest energy companies from Poland. This four from the left side, and other companies from Europe. We can see that the Polish companies are basing on the coal, hard coal and lignite, from almost 60% in the company Energa to over 80% in the company PGE. In compared to other companies from other European countries, for example, French EDF, it's basing on nuclear energy. RWE has coal on the level about 25%. Even Czechia ČEZ company, which is using coal for production energy, has coal production in a level lower than 40%. Polish energy companies are forced to change their energy mix in order to diversify and in order to decrease the exposure for climate risk. And why it's so important? Because companies based on the coal are exposed to the risk related with the EU ETS trading scheme of the CO2 emissions. And that's the graph which presents us the EU ETS futures from the end of 2020 till September this year. We can see that this price is soaring almost to 100 euro per ton of CO2. Currently, the price is stabilized about 60-65 euro per ton of CO2. And on the bottom of the slide, we have the part of the Polish energy policy until 2040, the official governmental document, which assumes that the forecast price of CO2 emissions hit 40 euros per ton of CO2 in 2040. Comparing to this graph, we can see that this barrier of 40 euros was broken at the beginning of the last year. And therefore, we are forced to change our approach, to change our official policy and speed up the decarbonization, but there is pretty difficult nowadays. EU ETS cost is also a big factor influencing the cost of energy from coal, as it is shown on this graph. This is the orange area. Also, the margin is one of the biggest part of the energy price from coal. But currently, this situation also is presented by the increasement of the coal prices. So to sum up the issue of the EU ETS, this part of the energy prices related with the CO2 prices will be growing significantly in the next years. Polish energy sector suffers from a different problem. It's called the investment gap, because most of our power plants basing on the coal has been built in the 60s, 70s and 80s. Currently we have over 50 energy blocks, energy power plants units using coal over 40 and 50 years. And that's the problem, because we have to replace these obsolete units. Currently we have energy and geopolitical crisis provided to us due to Russia's invasion on the Ukraine and whole situation in the market, in the financial markets, and after the COVID situation. Right now we have the problem with the soaring prices of natural gas, of coal, of electricity. We have inflation pretty high, and also the stopping the import of raw materials from Russia will create a problem with the energy and the gas in Europe, particularly in the West Europe, in terms of natural gas, and also with the hard coal in Poland. The geopolitical threat related with the war, making a problem related with the, for example, impact on capital markets in this part of Europe. And of course, the soaring energy prices can threaten the liquidity of companies and, for example, the municipalities. For example, the Polish city of Poznań in the last week finished the tender for electricity for next year, and the offers were 500% higher than in the previous time. So the recession is approaching. Recession, or in the worst case scenario, it will be slumflation. So in this slide, I would like to present the problem of the soaring prices. On the left side, we see monthly weighted average electricity prices from the day-ahead market. And from the beginning of the last year till August this year, it was increasing of 460%. That's a huge amount of money. That's a huge soaring energy prices. In this graph, we can see the natural gas and hard coal prices. Also, we can notice a very huge increasement of these prices. So, what about the energy transition in such a demanding environment? First of all, we have to assume that energy transition is inevitable because the need to mitigate the climate risk and also the renewable sources of energy, as it was mentioned today before, will be cheaper due to the lowering levelized cost of electricity, and also renewable sources of energy can provide us energy security and energy independency. What's more, the geopolitical crisis related with the war in the Ukraine demonstrate us the need to diversify not only the energy mix and the decarbonization, but also diversify the sources of import of energy raw materials. And for example, Germany has a huge problem right now with the gas natural imports because there was completely no, but very big, it was very significant dependence on the gas natural from Russia. In Poland, we have a possibility to diversify, and the situation is not so dramatic like in the West Europe. Also, it was mentioned before that development of gas-fired power plants, which should have been treated like transition technology, we have to right now think about that if it's financially efficient, because there is a problem with gas prices, there is a problem with the gas import, and we have to think about if it's good approach to the energy transition idea. So, how to ensure energy security during energy transition in the time of crisis? First of all, decarbonization. As I taught before, it means decreasing the dependence of the raw materials on the fossil fuels, and also such decarbonization which prevent us before the, for example, possible future geopolitical and energy crisis. What's more, nuclear generation, in my opinion, is the best option for stabilize the Polish energy sector. In order to provide secure energy in so-called base load. And also, nuclear power plants can fill the investment gap after the phasing out obsolete coal power plants. Further development of gas-fired power generation should be preceded by the detailed market and economy and also the energy security analysis, and of course diversification of energy mix and diversification of the sources of raw materials. To sum up, in the Central and Eastern Europe, particularly during this crisis situation, we are forced to diversify our energy mix, diversify our import, and what's more, decarbonization is also inevitable because we have to mitigate the climate risk related with the mitigation and adaptation to the climate changes. Countries from Central and Eastern Europe also should overcome the constraints related with the financial situations in order to finance the very expensive investments related with the energy transition. Also, this energy crisis was partially made by the lack of common European energy policy. Every single country has its own approach to the energy, and that's why currently we have different situation in every single country from the European Union. We need common policy, particularly from the countries from the CE. And last but not least, the improvement of energy security will be very important because during such events like the crisis, like the war in the Ukraine, our energy security will not be in the threat. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you wish to connect, you can scan this barcode and connect with LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, Bartek. Now we can move to the discussion part. So I don't know, do you have any questions or comments to our speakers? Okay.
Thank you. I have the question to Gamze Tam. Do you think that the high inflation which is in Turkey now will have the very negative impact on investments in renewable energies, or is any and generally can you tell us what's the impact of it? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We expect that high inflation rate will impact on all investments, not in the energy sector, but in all sectors, because Turkish economy is mostly an import-dependent economy. So most raw materials and the most machinery parts are imported from other countries, and when the currency exchange rate increased dramatically, this also raises the costs of the manufacturers or the investors in all sectors. And in the last 1 year time, we have seen a dramatic increase of the currency exchange rate for the US dollar and for the euro, and this also increased the costs of all producers dramatically. So it also it therefore impacts on the costs of the products and services as well for the customers.
Okay, we have a few minutes, so you have one more question. Okay.
I would like to ask Bartok. I'm interested in a national Poland concept of energy security. How energy security is defined? What policy documents say? What is energy security for Poland? And this is first question. And the second, what do you think the Poland over the last 20 years, they make progress in energy security or regress? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, energy security means the providing secure possibility of delivery, electricity, energy, heat, and every single part of energy with the reasonable prices, with the respect to the environment, and also with the technical possibilities of delivering this energy. The energy security, we can just say that it's most concentrated in this Regulators Act within the electricity, about the possibility of delivering the electricity within the reasonable prices, within the respect to the environment, and with the technical possibilities. And the second question about the last 20 years, in Polish energy sector, about the energy security. Of course, these 20 years was a time which was spent very good for improving energy security. First of all, development of renewable sources of energy like onshore wind, photovoltaics. Also, it was built a few new coal-fired power plants. Kozienice, Opole, Jaworzno, Bełchatów. And currently, in terms of energy security, we have to concentrate also in the possibility of importing the gas to Poland, because it was planned to completely be independent from Russia gas at the beginning of the next year. Due to the geopolitical situation, we have to be independent since the April. We built a terminal LNG in Świnoujście, where we can import 6.2 billions of ton of the natural gas. And of course, we have interconnectors ready with the gas from Germany, from Lithuania, from Slovakia. And to sum up, in my opinion, the energy security in Poland within the last 20 years grew significantly. Thank you.
Renata, I like your also presentation. It's conceptual, methodological, and evidence-based results. And as a researcher, I just want to ask, did you find some limitation in your concept and your methodology or some area for future improvement? Renata, no? Yeah. No. My question was about your, I found your presentation very strong in terms of concept, methodology, and evidence-based result. And I'm interested, as a researcher, did you find some, when you implement this research, do you have some limitation or some area for future improvement of this concept of energy insecurity for household, or some methodological area for improvement? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sorry. Of course, there are some limitations. The limitations, first of all, this is empirical study. If we change the questions in the questionnaire, the results could be different. But I did some sensitivity analysis. So we have something like 50 questions totally. So I removed like 5 questions, recalculate everything. The results, they change, but very little. So for me, it was also surprising because after removing certain questions, the results, I mean, the qualitative results were the same. I have the same shape of this behavioral dimension, more or less the same shape of economical dimension. That's why, of course, the precise index could change, it must change. But the total impression, the image of all this energy insecurity at the household level is more or less the same. That's why it somehow contradicts this general nice view that, okay, we are going into transition. Yes, we could, but how to do it at the household level? Now they have problems even with energy bills, but for me, now converting the coal energy system, central heating to, let's say, gas or green energy at the household level, for me, it's impossible. This is one drawback. I mean, the set of questions. If you could imagine questions, and then you have, okay, we are going to transit to clean energy. But the questions were chosen to somehow mimic the normal situation. So we ask about the expenditure. We ask about if they have isolated house, if the windows are broken or not, etc. And this is one thing. The calculation is typical econometric calculation. What else? Of course, this is normal problem with sampling because we have sample. If we change the sample, we could have different results. But the sample was sampling and investigation was done by professional agency, and they chosen people from different parts of Poland according to the number of inhabitants. So those region where we have a lot of people, they were represented in more bigger number than in those not populated area. So that's why this sample was representative. So of any drawbacks, as in all empirical research. Thank you for the question, and once more, sorry.
Yes, of course.
Sorry. Yeah, I understand you will conduct your questionnaire, yes? Or it was national survey? Okay, I understand. This is... it was not National Statistics Agency, so it was professional. Okay, this is also about energy statistics, because in Kazakhstan, when they do national survey of population, they don't have data about energy poverty. And I sent a lot of message to our government, include some data about energy, for example, like your survey, how much they spend, which technologies they use. So in Poland, do you have some, in national survey, some data related to energy poverty statistics, or energy insecurity statistics? Okay. Yeah. So I see, yeah, okay. Thank you.
In the national accounts, you have, for example, the income, yes? But we ask about the expenditure. So when a person answers a telephone, how is your monthly expenditure? He says I don't know, 1,000 zlotych or like this. So that's why I told that this is the data came from real life, not the official statistics. Of course, the problem is that somebody didn't want to answer to tell the truth. Of course,
should be included in national survey for better energy policy planning and socio-economic planning as well.
I mean, it could be, but the question is to Professor Mamica, maybe not me. But anyway, some informations we ask in this questionnaire are very, very crucial, and they should be included. And I mean, this kind of thinking, like real life, but anyway, this is a bigger problem.
Okay, so I think I can officially close this session. So thank you very much for your participation. Now we have a lunch break, and the next session start probably at 3 p.m. Yeah, so yeah,
show you where is the lunch.
Okay.
Work? Does it work? Oh, hello again. We start our next and the last session. There is a change in the program because the people from Poznań aren't here, so we make appropriate change because we are in reality, so the priority will be given to Mr. Piotr Mikrusek from University of Warsaw, and the next speaker will be Dr. Kineski, who will be his presentation held by via internet in hybrid form. So, Mr. Piotr Mikrusek, the floor is yours. It will be paper titled "The Fourth Phase of the EU Emission Trading System: A Windy Road to European Union Climate Neutrality."
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I check presentation. Okay, it's okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Piotr Mikusek, and I am PhD student at Doctoral School of Science at the University of Warsaw. The topic of my speech today will be the EU emission trading scheme, more widely known by its acronym, EU ETS. At the very beginning, let me make a small digression. Today, in the midst of ongoing energy crisis, the EU ETS is one of the main topics of public debate, along with electricity and gases pricing rules. In contrast, when I started to concern myself with the EU ETS in 2017, first professionally and then as a researcher, EU ETS presence, although visible, was essentially a non-media issue. Nobody thinks about EU ETS more. It is crucial to point out that at the time, the price of emissions allowances was less than €5. Those were the days when people who pointed out that the price of allowances could rise to €20 per ton within a few years were met with the response that this could significantly threaten the European economy. How the situation has changed may be illustrated by the fact that if someone at this point offered me to sell emission allowances as 20 euros per ton, I would like to take a loan and probably try to pawn a kidney to buy as many of them as possible. However, back to the merits. The topic is relevant not only because of the current crisis, but mainly because of the pending processes with the Fit for 55 package. As we all know, the main objective of Fit for 55 package is to introduce regulation aimed at making Europe climate neutral by 2050. One of the main mechanisms to achieve this is revision of the ETS directive. The question, therefore, needs to be asked: how it's to be achieved, and will the chosen tools really achieve this objective? To talk about changes, we should describe how EU ETS work now. It is necessary to outline, at least very briefly, that basic principles of operation of the EU ETS. All I may about to say in a moment is a main principles, in the details of which there may be certain deviations. So, we have emitters that produce gases as part of their activities. When emitting greenhouse gases, they must purchase emission allowances. And of course, it's obvious, in more they emit, they must more purchase emissions allowances. However, not all emitters are covered by EU ETS. We have some exceptions. For example, they are not covered because of the type activity or they carry out, or because the size of their emissions. So, in a simplified form, we can indicate that the following emitters are covered by EU ETS. First is industry, and here distinction is usually made about electricity producers and industry producers. Second sector is aviation sector, which is covered by EU ETS. An important exceptions from fundamental polluter pays principle is the possibility of receiving free allowances. A dualistic approach to the distribution of allowances is thus created within the system. They can be obtained either through purchase or through free allocations. However, free allocations is deviation from the norm and can only take place on the basis of strictly defined rules. Okay, I bring this forward a little bit because I spent a lot of time describing the system, but it was necessary to recall the fundamentals of EU ETS and as a consequence, knowing better the purpose of proposal. Getting back to the subject of my speech, I suggest that the question can be raised as to whether, under the changes proposed by Fit for 55 package, we are not dealing with a fourth and half phase of the EU ETS. By why such a figure at all? It's because the operation of this system has been divided into phases. The first phase started in 2005. The current fourth phase started just 1 year ago and will end in 2030. The logic of introducing these phases is to be able to evaluate progress in the fight against emissions and to increase climate protection by introducing additional restrictions. So far, of course, the EU ETS has also been changing during the operation of the phases. However, the package of legislative change under the Fit for 55 is shaping up to be quite a change. At least 6 acts under the Fit for 55 package are directly related to the EU ETS, while a significant part of the remaining acts we will have undirected effect. So, on the slide, I put the sovereign from well-known Thomas Hobbes' book titled Leviathan. The Leviathan, which is one of the main ideas of the Hobbes books, is supposed to extend its power over almost everything in the name of ensuring order. I think that EU ETS could be recognized in the same way as Leviathan. What I want to say is that EU ETS is supposed to be increasingly holistic in the name of protecting the climate. The justification for treating the Fit for 55 package as a half phase with the phase number 4 is the number of changes proposed. Moving to descriptions of the most important of the changes affecting to the operations of EU ETS, I wanted to make it clear that I am basing this on the proposal made by European Commission in July 2021. The individual elements of the package are at different stages of the legislative path. Most important of them, which is the amendment of ETS directive, of course, has entered the stage of trilogues between the European Commission, the European Parliament, and the Council of the European Union. Therefore, given the fact that there will be negotiations between these institutions, one can be certain that some of proposed changes in the final version of the Act will be transformed or even abandoned altogether. And the first element is a whole series of initiatives that relate to tightening emissions policy in the industrial and energy sector. Linear reduction factor is being increased. This factor indicates about how many allowances in the EU-wide allowances pool is reduced year by year. At present, it is 2.2%, and under the proposal, it is to be almost doubled to 4.2%. What is more, the change will be quasi-extinct because when proposal enters into force, a number of allowances will be taken off the market at once as if the new factor had been in force from the beginning of 2021. The European Commission estimates that around 119 million allowances will be taken off the market. To illustrate the scale of this reduction, this is number of allowances that entire Belgium and France combined had emissions covered by EU ETS in the industry and energy sector in 2020. It is also proposed to change rules for the approach to sectors and subsectors exposed to risk of leakage. In a word of clarification, sectors and subsectors exposed to risk of carbon leakage are activities that, due to increased costs related to climate policy, are additionally burdened. These additional burdens may be the reason why these sectors may decide to move their business away from Europe to places where the burdens are lower. Those exposed to the risk of carbon leakage are given additional free allowances. Fit for 55 package proposes replacing the current mechanism with an alternative mechanism, which is named Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Energy-intensive sectors that find themselves in the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, are to have their access to free allowances reduced with the aim of losing them completely, these free allowances, in 2035 and being protected only by the CBAM. This will have, of course, significant impact on the functioning of entire EU market. The current system of free allowances equalizes competition within the EU itself between countries with different energy mixes. However, introduction of CBAM may provide some form of protection against competition from third countries, but instead will put companies from EU countries with a more constricted electricity system at a distinct disadvantage. The European Commission also plans to include maritime transport sector in the EU ETS. This intention is based on two main factors. Firstly, this sector currently carries very little of the direct cost of the emissions. The second argument is that this form of transport, alongside rail transport, has one of the greatest potential uses of renewable fuels and modern synthetic fuels. In the Commission's view, therefore, the inclusion of maritime transport in the EU ETS is an essential step for the implementation of climate policy. The mechanism for this sector is very simple. A shipping operator will be obliged to surrender allowances for the full amount of its emission when shipping is between member states or at berth in a member state. In the case of shipping between member states and third countries, half of the emissions will be subject to surrender obligation. The scope of the EU ETS is also to be extended to the road transport sector and the building sector. These sectors are to form a subsystem with the ETS operating alongside a second subsystem covering air transport, added maritime transport, and industrial and energy installations. From 2025, in order to operate in the transport and building sector, entities that consume fuels other than as a final consumers will need a permit allowing such consumptions. The permit will be issued if the entity is able to monitor and report emissions of the fuels it is allowed to consume. It means that the number of allowances needed to meet the surrender obligation can be determined. The pool of allowances available in the EU for the road transport and building sector is to be set for 2024 based on average GHG emissions from 2016 to 2018. This will be around 1.2026 billion tons of greenhouse gas emission in EU ETS added, according to the European Commission. To compare, the whole EU and UK verified industrial and energy emissions in 2020 had about 1.3 thousand billion tons of GHG. This is therefore twice the size of entire EU ETS. So, I would like to convince you that proposed change in the EU ETS under the Fit for 55 package has a number of innovations which from the social economic point of view are crucial for doing business. Therefore, it's no doubt that effective climate policy will be one of the main challenges which EU will face in the future. But I doubt as to whether such far-reaching changes for industry, transport and building sectors should be introduced at the very beginning of the fourth phase, which has only just begun. Of course, this regulation still has no go through the EU legislative procedure, and its content may be radically different from the current draft. It is also to be hoped that EU ETS administration will listen to stakeholders representing those industries that will be most affected by the changes. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. We will go to the next presentation, and afterwards will be discussion. Now, the hybrid form, Dr. Grzegorz Kinelski from USB University, Smart City 4.0, the future of metropolis management. The floor is yours, so the internet is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
We can see and hear you.
Today I show the Smart City 4.0, the theory about the conception Smart City, the next step of this, the future of metropolis management, because I make the research about the metropolis, GSM, and Warsaw metropolis, exactly in the transitions of energy and the transitions of heat, thermal energy, for example. And today I show you the theory, a little bit theory about the smart city and few informations about the project, about the energy transitions in this metropolis, like smart energy transitions. Smart city are areas, communities, powiats, cities or metropolis, which consist of the first one using knowledge intensively, for second one effectively operating institutions and procedures in the field of the knowledge creations. The third, developed broadband infrastructures. We're thinking about this when we discuss about the smart city, digital space, e-services, and online tools for knowledge management, and proven ability to innovate and manage and solve problems that arise for the first time. And when we discuss about the base smart city level, it's 1.0. It's a smart city at the earliest stage of creations, use the modern technologies, of course, because this is the smart, and our companies from the IT sectors and city, like South Korea and the Polish smart city, use these new technologies on the start. It is only the technologies in the smart city 1.0. Smart city 2.0 is a phase of development, the smart city, with the decisive role of public administrations, that the more of these indicators of the use the modern technologies are local authorities. It's like we use only the technologies for cities, for municipal building, for example, the traffic jams and something like this, like cameras, safe cameras for cities. And this is the next step of smart city. And 3.0 since the 2015, a new approach of creating smart cities can be observed, the smart cities 3.0 model. And this is the more, of course, role of authorities is create space and opportunities, for this applies the bow encouraging resident to use the modern technologies. That's not only it's a smart for city, but it's the smart for people, which lives in these cities. That it's only the next smart level, smart city level 3.0, and using not only the technologies for municipal offices, for government of cities, but using technology by citizen, for citizen. And Smart City 3.5, it's my propositions for this year. It's getting even smarter. What trends can we observe? Development of electromobility, because we observe the bikes and etc. in the smart city, like cars by electric cars. Attaching even more importance to data protection by municipal office and etc. 5G network, of course, like communications, energy efficiency monitoring for this year. It's a lot of cities thinking about installing this year energy monitoring, because the price rising up. Generally understood intelligent control, reduce the consumptions of energy, heat, or gas. And future, like topic of today presentations, Smart City 4.0. It's a total new level because it's not only the technology and using the technology and technology for citizen, etc., but it's the more than technology. It's related to cooperations with residents, social participation, supporting social capital, and the most important of the benefits associated with living the smart cities, improvement of the quality of life on many levels, from increasing the efficiency of public and private transport through increasing public safety, energy efficiency, and consequently lower living costs, and transforming the town can improve the local economic situations, provide new jobs, creativeness, and attract the best specialists and given field, etc. That is not only 4.0 is not only the technologies, but something more, like thinking about the people like other people, about the talent, about the creativity, about the trust with people, between the people and municipal governments. And it's a theory from Professor Florida from 2003. And this is the capital 4T theory. To the benefit the favoring geospatial conditions and high level of coordinations between the stakeholders is necessary. And GZM, this is the metropolis on the south of Poland, Górnośląska Zagłębiowska Metropolia, and this is the Upper Silesia metropolis, can play pivotal roles in this process, and we thinking and research of this. This is not only in the 4T means that technology, talent, tolerance, and trust. That's the 4 perspective of develop the smart city, not only the technology like the level 1 or 2 or maybe 3. The more like 11 smart city 4.0 is the 4T theory, 4 capitals for this, for develop. And the city, when develop the talent, develop the creativity in people, the city who develop the tolerance in the society, and people and city who take care about the trust between the city and citizen. And for example, we take in our researches the heat energy, because we're preparing the special system, because I have been working in the energy sector by last 30 years. And for example, not only in energy and gas, but for the heat now. And with few years ago, we make the smart, the district heating. The district heating, not only the pipe with the heat for the citizens, but this is the special regulations on the end of these pipes that we can observe how customers take the heat and take the thermal energy. And when you observe the smart city 4.0 to develop of networking, when I said you this few examples, now we have in this metropolis, Warsaw metropolis, and GZ, and maybe the in GZM will be GZM will be the same system. Smart city 4.0 in the energy thermal transitions. Why? Because we use the smart networking and they use the integrated infrastructure in the Internet of Things, and 4 holistic conceptions of the smart city. And we use the water sensors and so-called smart benches, and we located in the urban space the order provide access to Internet for heat sensors and a lot of sensors of our pipes, and we observe how the heat is transmissions to our customers. And we make the system upgrade for network heat, the system transform results to the maybe will be the possibility to the from the Warsaw to the GZM on the Silesia region. But now we have this system in the Poznań, in the Łódź, and in the Warsaw. And this is the energy service upgrade system by Veolia Energy, Energia Warszawa, by Veolia Energia Poznań, and then Energia Łódź. And these corporations make the system for regulations, heat consumptions, and approximately 19% of heat comes from coal, lower carbon footprint in the heat in this city. Why? Because the regulations is the clue. The smart regulations is the clue of this system. Observe the temperature on the end of pipes and the temperature in our customer building, in our customer and customer building, and preparing special temperature of the water in the pipes, not on the end of network, but parallelly lower parameters of this temperature in the all of network, that we can reduce the 75 terajoules energy per year in same only than Warsaw. It's huge for today results, and we observe the next day, the year by year, the better results in this system, because we still install more and more sensor in our heat network. And potential for GZM, when we take these parameters, take these results from Warsaw, and we preparing in our research possibility reductions of coal, for example, using or footprint in the Silesia region, in the GZM region, that we can observe that it's possible to be a lot of good results, a lot of positive results for this in the metropole on the Silesia. And this is not only the reduction of CO2, but emissions is SO2, like sulfur and NOx, all of NOx numbers, and TSP, because this is the all of this metropolis, like Warsaw and Silesia region, heat is from coal, not from gas. The 19% of heat is from coal, and for citizen, and all heating district using the coal, hard coal, for productions of heat. It's a very important topic to reduction of this using the coal in this situation in this year is extremely needed. But we observe that we can take these solutions and make in the Silesia, make in the other metropole in the Poland, and we have the good result from this. Thank you for this, for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the discipline, because you finish at the right time. So I open the room for the questions. Please do ask. Okay, I start myself with the first two speakers, maybe in the same place. First question to Mr. Piotr. I would like to ask, do you think the rapid increase of ECT should stop? It's any limit in the growth of the price of this ECT, or we should expect the continuous process of rising prices? And the second, I'd like to ask you about energy societies. Is there any room in your conception of smart city for such a subjects? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for this question. I think, of course, logic of this system is that the price of UE test must grow up. It's because if they will be grow up, that investors don't have impulse to transform their energy use to more renewable, less emission. But of course, the key question is that where this price should stop rise. I think that it will be known when the industry switch off, because when the industry couldn't pay these emissions allowances, that the price will be stop rise, because nobody in the member states will allow to big company fail because EU ETS. So I don't know that this time is now. Yes, we are approaching. I think when the EU ETS will be stabilized in 100 euros per ton, it will be a problem for big industry, especially with Europe, like Poland, Hungary, Czech, or Slovakia, to buy a number of allowances in this price. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kielski?
Yes, you asked about the energy societies. I think that's our future, the cluster and societies, because we need to use the efficiency together. We need to use the synergy of the consumers. And I know the Polish society develop in this point, because we observed a lot prosumers. This is the consumer which use the owner of something to produce of energy, like photovoltaic or small wind energy. But the most popular is photovoltaic on the roof, and the consumer stayed the prosumer. And the next step is the flexumer. The first one is the prosumers, and I observed that prosumers collect in the societies and discuss about the new versions of, for example, the recalculations, the maybe like a Bitcoin for energy, like a special coins for energy. This is the idea on the energy market for prosumers. And the next step is the flexumer. Flexumer, this is the prosumer who allow storage of energy and deal with the market together in the special hours when the market and system needs to energy. I think that the societies, energy societies, and energy on the energy market will be the start develop not only the energy societies, clusters, but aggregator, integrator, like special small company who integrate the people who want to sell energy or sell the power capacity. Like, for example, now in the Poland is open the capacity market from the last 2 years. And capacity market is only for the bigger players in the Poland. But when you are the normal prosumers, you can find the integrator who buy your capacity, your power to the one portfolio, bigger portfolio, and deal with the market. And it's all from my side. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next questions. You're welcome. Are there any questions? Yes. Professor Mamica?
The comments maybe connected with the prosumers which could be actively involved in this energy market. We still miss in Poland the smart meters which show the price of the energy. So most of people have one tariff and pay the same price for the energy. But I think that the future of the smart city could be also connected, but even if I don't deliver the energy, I can use cheaper energy when it's, for example, from 6 to 8 or something like that, what is mobile. And for the whole system, it could be essential savings because I do not have to put the laundry machine or something which is electric. Needs electricity. So I think this, and the concept could be also the postulate of making this one. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Professor, you're right. It's a lack of the smart city, smart metering in our country, but we have the regulation for this, and step by step the distributors will be installed this. Each year's few percent on the will be the more and more smart metering. To the 2028 will be the end of process install for us like consumers install of smart metering. But now all of prosumers have the smart metering because this need for recalculations of produce energy and buy energy and sell energy. That's only the prosumers in Poland have the smart metering now.
Okay, thank you. Another questions? Another comments? No? So we approaching to finish our... Yes, do you have? Okay, you're welcome.
So I would like to ask everyone, Peter Mikushek, I'm interested about Poland case. What emission trading scheme means for Poland. I heard that your government a little bit, they don't like this scheme and they don't like very aggressive green policy of European Union. So what this scheme means for Poland and how government of Poland think about this? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. I don't think so that our government don't like this scheme. They don't like prices now. When the price was 5 euros, 20 euros, or even 40 euros, that wasn't big deal for our governments because it's worth to remember that when because government sells the allowances, the finances for allowances is go to government, and they have a financial possibility to finance, for example, invest in renewable energy sources or energy efficiency. So this is, I don't think so that is problem with EU ETS itself, but about how it's functioning in this crisis situation. Because when the gas prices and energy electricity prices is very grow up fast, that when ETS grow up fast too, it's problem to big industry especially, but the whole economy to pay these prices. And I know you are from Kazakhstan, yes? And I know that Kazakhstan think about emission trading scheme and implementing. So this is very interesting because a lot of countries not only in Europe, for example, in Japan, Tokyo have their own scheme, New Zealand, California, Canada, Quebec implement these schemes. So I think everybody should think which mechanism will be justified and how to project this mechanism to don't collapse economy. Thank you.
Do you want to add something? No, I would add that our government is in ambiguous position, because the money coming from ETS are going to the budget. So the higher budget. Yeah, yes. So the government is a main beneficent of a situation. Money is for the government, and it used for different aims and goals. Okay, are there any questions? If not, we are approaching to the end of the session. Thank you very much. Goodbye, and see you tonight. Yes?
Thank you. For those who want to participate at the dinner, we will go at 6:30 from the main entrance to the main building to this restaurant. And thank you for this very inspired conference. It will be, the next edition will be done in next year. So the end of the September, you are welcome in Krakow again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you all. Bye.